The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued. Disc 5. We decided that offices were in Old Dome, 3rd Ramp, South Side, heart of Financial District. If you know L City, you recall that in Old Dome some offices have windows since they can look out over floors of dome. I wanted this for sound effects. We drew a floor plan, and had that office existed, it would have been between Etna Luna and Greenberg and Company. I used Pound Recorder to pick up sounds at spot. Mike added to it by listening at phones there. Thereafter, when you called Adam Celine, background was not dead. If Ursula, his secretary, took call, it was, "Celine Associates, Luna shall be free." Then she might say, "Will you hold? Господин Celine is on another call." Whereupon you might hear sound of WC, followed by running water, and know that she had told Little White Lie. Or Adam might answer, "Adam Celine here, free Luna. 1 second while I shut off the video." Or Deputy might answer, "This is Albert Grinwalla, Adam Celine's confidential assistant, free Luna. If it's a party matter, as I assume it is, that was your party name you gave. Please don't hesitate. I handle such things for the chairman." Last was a trap, as every comrade was instructed to speak only to Adam Celine. No attempt was made to discipline one who took bait. Instead, his cell captain was warned that his comrade must not be trusted with anything vital. We got echoes. Free Luna or Luna shall be free took hold among youngsters, then among solid citizens. First time I heard it, in a business call, I almost swallowed teeth. Then called Mike and asked if this person was party member. Was not. So I recommended that Mike trace down party 3 and see if somebody could recruit him. Most interesting echo was in Zebra file. Adam Celine appeared in Boss Fink's security file less than a lunar after we created him, with notation that this was a cover name for a leader in a new underground. Alvarez's spies did their job on Adam Celine. Over a course of months, his Zebra file dossier built up. Male, 34 to 45. Offices, south face of Old Dome. Usually there, 0900 to 1800, Greenwich, except Saturday. But calls are relayed at other hours. Home inside urban pressure, as travel time never exceeds 17 minutes. Children in household. Activities include stock brokerage, farming interests. Attends theater, concerts, etc. Probably member Luna City Chess Club and Luna Association Desh. Plays Ricochet, another heavy sports lunch hour. Probably Luna City Athletic Club. Gourmet, but watches weight. Remarkable memory plus mathematical ability. Executive type, able to reach decisions quickly. One Fink was convinced that he had talked to Adam between acts at the revival of Hamlet by civic players. Alvarez noted description, and matched our picture, all but wavy hair. But thing that drove Alvarez crackers was that phone numbers for Adam were reported, and every time they turned out wrong numbers. Not nulls. We had run out, and Mike was using any number not in use, and switching numbers any time new subscribers were assigned ones we had been using. Alvarez tried to trace Celine Associates using a 1 wrong digit assumption. This we learned because Mike was keeping an ear on Alvarez's office phone and heard order. Mike used knowledge to play a mickish prank. Subordinate who made 1 change digit calls invariably reached Warden's private residence. So Alvarez was called in and chewed by Warden. Couldn't scold Mike, but did warn him it would alert any smart person to the fact that somebody was playing tricks with computer. Mike answered that they were not that smart. Main result of Alvarez's efforts was that each time he got a number for Adam, we located a spy. A new spy, as those we had spotted earlier were never given phone numbers. Instead, they were recruited into a tail-chasing organization, where they could inform on each other. But with Alvarez's help, we spotted each new spy almost at once. I think Alvarez became unhappy over spies he was able to hire. 2 disappeared, and our organization, then over 6,000, was never able to find them. Eliminated, I suppose, or died under questioning. Celine Associates was not only a phony company we set up. Lu Noho Co. was much larger, just as phony, and not at all dummy. It had main offices in Hong Kong, branches in Novi Leningrad and Luna City. Eventually employed hundreds of people, most of whom were not party members, and was our most difficult operation. Mike's master plan listed a weary number of problems which had to be solved. One was finance. Another was how to protect Catapult from space attack. Prof considered robbing banks to solve first. Gave it up reluctantly. But eventually we did rob banks, firms, and authority itself. Mike thought of it. Mike and Prof worked it out. At first it was not clear to Mike why we needed money. He knew as little about pressure that keeps humans scratching as he knew about sex. Mike handled millions of dollars and could not see any problem. He started by offering to issue an authority check for whatever dollars we wanted. Prof shied in horror. He then explained to Mike hazard in trying to cash a check for, let us say, 10 million authority script dollars drawn on authority. So they undertook to do it, but retail, in many names and places all over Luna. Every bank, firm, shop, agency, including authority, for which Mike did accounting, was tapped for party funds. Was a pyramid swindle based on fact, unknown to me but known to Prof, and latent in Mike's immense knowledge, that most money is simply bookkeeping. Example: multiply by hundreds of many types. My family's son Sergey, 18 and a party member, is asked to start account at Commonwealth Shared Risk. He makes deposits and withdrawals. Small errors are made each time. He is credited with more than he deposits, is debted with less than he withdraws. A few months later, he takes job out of town and transfers account to Tyco under Mutual. Transferred funds are 3 times already inflated amount. Most of this he soon draws out in cash and passes to his cell leader. Mike knows amount Sergey should hand over, but since they do not know that Adam Celine and bank's computer bookkeeper are one and same, they have each been instructed to report transaction to Adam. Keep them honest, though scheme was not. Multiply this theft of about 3,000 Hong Kong dollars by hundreds somewhat like it. I can't describe jiggery-pokery Mike used to balance his books while keeping thousands of thefts from showing. But bear in mind that an auditor must assume that machines are honest. He will make test runs to check that machines are working correctly, but will not occur to him that tests prove nothing because machine itself is dishonest. Mike's thefts were never large enough to disturb economy. Like half-liter of blood. Amount was too small to hurt donor. I can't make up mind who lost. Money was swapped around so many ways. But scheme troubled me. I was brought up to be honest, except with authority. Prof claimed that what was taking place was a mild inflation, offset by fact that we plowed money back in. But I should remember that Mike had records, and all could be restored after revolution. With ease, since we would no longer be bled in much larger amounts by authority. Told conscience to go to sleep. Was pipsqueak compared to swindles by every government throughout history in financing every war. And is not revolution a war? This money, after passing through many hands, augmented by Mike each time, wound up as senior financing of Lu Noho Company. Was a mixed company, mutual and stock. Gentleman and venturer, guarantors, who backed stock, put up that stolen money in own names. Won't discuss bookkeeping this firm used, since Mike ran everything, was not corrupted by any tinge of honesty. Nevertheless, its shares were traded in Hong Kong Luna Exchange and listed in Zurich, London, and New York. Wall Street Journal called it an attractive high-risk, high-gain investment with novel growth potential. Lu Noho Co. was an engineering and exploitation firm. engaged in many ventures, mostly legitimate. But prime purpose was to build a second catapult. Secretly. Operation could not be secret. You can't buy or build a hydrogen fusion power plant for such and not have noticed. Sun power was rejected for obvious reasons. Parts were ordered from Pittsburgh, standard UNIF Calif equipment, and we happily paid their royalties to get top quality. Can't build a stator for a kilometers-long induction field without having it noticed either. But most important, you cannot do major construction hiring many people and not have it show. Sure, catapults are mostly vacuum. Stator rings aren't even close together at ejection end. But Authority's 3G catapult was almost 100 kilometers long. It was not only an astrogation landmark on every lunar jump chart, but was so big it could be photographed or seen by eye from Terra with not large telescope. It showed up beautifully on a radar screen. We were building a shorter catapult, a 10G job, but even that was 30 kilometers long, too big to hide. So, we hid it by purloined letter method. I used to question Mike's endless reading of fiction, wondering what notions he was getting. But turned out he got a better feeling for human life from stories than he had been able to garner from facts. Fiction gave him a gestalt of life, one taken for granted by a human. He lives it. Besides this humanizing effect, Mike's substitute for experience, he got ideas from not true data, as he called fiction. How to hide a catapult, he got from Edgar Allan Poe. We hid it in literal sense, too. This catapult had to be underground, so that it would not show to eye or radar, but had to be hidden in more subtle sense. Selenographic location had to be secret. How can this be with a monster that big, worked on by so many people? Put it this way. Suppose you live in Novolin. Know where Lunar City is? Why, on east edge of Maricrisium. Everybody knows that. So, what latitude and longitude? Huh? Look it up in a reference book. So, if you don't know where any better than that, how did you find it last week? No ha-ha cover. I took tube, changed at Torricelli, slept rest of way, finding it was Capsule's worry. See? You don't know where Lunar City is. You simply get out when Capsule pulls in at Tube Station South. That's how we hit Catapult. Is in Mare Undarum area. Everybody knows that. But where it is and where we said it was differ by amount greater or less than 100 kilometers in direction north, south, east, or west, or some combination. Today you can look up its location in reference books and find same wrong answer. Location of that catapult is still most closely guarded secret in Luna. Can be seen from space, by eye or radar. Is underground save for ejection, and that is a big black shapeless hole like 10,000 others, and high up in uninviting mountain with no place for a jump rocket to put down. Nevertheless, many people were there, during and after construction. Even Warden visited, and my co-husband Greg showed them around. Warden went by mail rocket, commandeered for day, and his cyborg was given coordinates and a radar beacon to home on, a spot, in fact, not far from sight. But from there was necessary to travel by Rulligan, and our lorries were not like passenger buses from Ennsville to Beluthahatchee in old days. They were cargo carriers, no ports for sightseeing, and a ride so rough that human cargo had to be strapped down. Warden wanted to ride up in cab, but sorry, господин, just space for Wrangler and his helper, and took both to keep her steady. 3 hours later he did not care about anything but getting home. He stayed 1 hour and was not interested in talk about purpose of all this drilling and value of resources uncovered. Less important people, workmen and others, traveled by interconnecting ice exploration bores, still easier way to get lost. If anybody carried an inertial pathfinder in his luggage, he could have located sight. But security was tight. One did so and had accident with pea suit, His effects were returned to L City, and his Pathfinder read what it should, i.e., what we wanted it to read, for I made hurried trip out with number 3 arm along. You can reseal one without a trace if you do it in nitrogen atmosphere. I wore an oxygen mask at slight overpressure. No haha. We entertained VIPs from Earth, some high in authority. They traveled easier underground route. I suppose Warden had warned them. But even on that route is one 30-kilometer stretch by Rolligan. We had one visitor from Earth who looked like trouble. Dr. Dorian, physicist and engineer. Lorry tipped over. Silly driver tried shortcut. They were not in line of sight for anything, and their beacon was smashed. Poor Dr. Dorian spent 72 hours in an unsealed pumice igloo and had to be returned to L City, ill from hypoxia, an overdose of radiation, despite efforts on his behalf by 2 party members driving him. Might have been safe to let him see. He might not have spotted double talk, and would not have spotted error in location. Few people look at stars when pea-suited, even when sun doesn't make it futile. But still fewer can read stars, and nobody can locate himself on surface without help unless he has instruments, knows how to use them, and has tables and something to give a time tick. But at crudest level, minimum would be octant, tables, and good watch. Our visitors were even encouraged to go out on surface, but if one had carried an octant or modern equivalent, might have had an accident. We did not make accidents for spies. We let them stay, worked them hard, and Mike read their reports. One reported that he was certain that we had found uranium ore, something unknown in Luna at that time. Project Center Bore, being many years later. Next spy came out with kit of radiation counters. We made it easy for him to sneak them through Bohr. By March 76, Catapult was almost ready, lacking only installation of stator segments. Power plant was in, and a coax had been strung underground with a line-of-sight link for that 30 kilometers. Crew was down to skeleton size, mostly party members, but we kept one spy so that Alvarez could have regular reports. Didn't want him to worry. It tended to make him suspicious. Instead, we worried him in warrens. 10. Were changes in those 11 months. Why I was baptized into Greg's church. Prof's health became so shaky that he dropped teaching. Mike took up writing poetry. Yankees finished in cellar. Wouldn't have mind paying Prof if they had been nosed out. But from pennant to cellar in one season, I quit watching them on video. Prof's illness was phony. He was in perfect shape for age, exercising in hotel room 3 hours each day and sleeping in 300 kilograms of lead pajamas. And so was I, and so was Wyo, who hated it. I don't think she ever cheated and spent night in comfort, though can't say for sure. I was not dossing with her. She had become a fixture in Davis' family. Took her one day to go from Gospa Davis to Gospa Mum. One more to reach Mum, and now it might be Mimi Mum with arm around Mum's waist. When Zebra files showed she couldn't go back to Hong Kong, Sidris had taken Wyo into her beauty shop after hours and done a job which left skin same dark shade, but would not scrub off. Sidris also did a hairdo on Wyo that left it black and looked as if unsuccessfully unkinked. Plus minor touches, opaque nail enamel, plastic inserts for cheeks and nostrils, and of course she wore her dark-eyed contact lenses. When Sidris got through, Wyo could have gone bundling without fretting about her disguise. Was a perfect colored with ancestry to match. Tamil, a touch of Angola, German. I called her Wyma rather than Wyo. She was gorgeous. When she undulated down a corridor, boys followed in swarms. She started to learn farming from Greg, but Mom put stop to that. While she was big and smart and willing, our farm is mostly a male operation, And Greg and Hans were not only male members of our family distracted. She cost more farming man-hours than her industry equaled. So, Wyle went back to housework. Then Sidris took her into beauty shop as helper. Prof played ponies with 2 accounts, betting one by Mike's leading apprentice system, other by his own scientific system. By July 75, he admitted that he knew nothing about horses and went solely to Mike's system, increasing bets and spreading them among many bookies. His winnings paid parties' expenses, while Mike built swindle that financed Catapult. But Prof lost interest in a sure thing, and merely placed bets, as Mike designated. He stopped reading pony journals. Sad. Something dies when an old horse player quits. Ludmilla had a girl, which they say is lucky enough first, and which delighted me. Every family needs a girl baby. Lyle surprised our women by being expert in midwifery, and surprised them again that she knew nothing about baby care. Our 2 oldest sons found marriages at last, and Teddy, 13, was opted out. Greg hired 2 lads from neighbor farms, and after 6 months of working and eating with us, both were opted in. Not rushing things. We had known them and their families for years. It restored balance we had lacked since Ludmilla's opting, and put stop to snide remarks of mothers of bachelors who had not found marriages. Not that Mum wasn't capable of snubbing anyone she did not consider up to Davis standards. Wyle recruited Sidris. Sidris started on sale by recruiting her other assistant, and Bonton Beauté Shop became hotbed of subversion. We started using our smallest kids for deliveries and other jobs a child can do. They can stake out or trail a person through corridors better than an adult, and are not suspected. Sidris grabbed this notion and expanded it through women recruited in beauty parlor. Soon she had so many kids on tap that we could keep all of Alvarez's spies under surveillance. With Mike able to listen at any phone, and a child spotting it whenever a spy left home or place of work or wherever, with enough kids on call so that one could phone while another held down a new stakeout, we could keep a spy under tight observation and keep him from seeing anything we didn't want him to see. Shortly we were getting reports spies phoned in without waiting for zebra file. It did a sod no good to phone from a tap room instead of home. With Baker Street irregulars on job, Mike was listening before he finished punching number. These kids located Alvarez's deputy spy boss in El City. We knew he had one because these things did not report to Alvarez by phone. Nor did it seem possible that Alvarez could have recruited them, as none of them worked in Complex, and Alvarez came inside Luna City only when an Earthside VIP was so important as to raid a bodyguard commanded by Alvarez in person. His deputy turned out to be 2 people, an old lag who ran a candy, news, and booking counter in Old Dome, and his son, who was on civil service in Complex. Some carried reports in, so Mike had not been able to hear them. We let them alone, but from then on we had Fink field reports half a day sooner than Alvarez. This advantage, all due to kids as young as 5 or 6, saved lives of 7 comrades. All glory to Baker Street irregulars. Don't remember who named them, but I think it was Mike. I was merely a Sherlock Holmes fan, whereas he really did think he was Sherlock Holmes' brother Mycroft. Nor would I swear he was not. Reality is a slippery notion. Kids did not call themselves that. They had their own play gangs with own names. Nor were they burdened with secrets which could endanger them. Sidris left to mothers to explain why they were being asked to do these jobs, save that they were never to be told the real reason. Kids will do anything mysterious and fun. Look how many of their games are based on outsmarting. Bon Ton Salon was a clearinghouse of gossip. Women get news faster than Daily Lunatic. I encouraged Wyo to report to Mike each night, not try to thin gossip down to what seemed significant, because no telling what might be significant once Mike got through associating it with a million other facts. A beauty parlor was also a place to start rumors. Party had grown slowly at first, then rapidly as powers of 3 began to be felt, and also because peace dragoons were nastier than old bodyguard. As numbers increased, we shifted to high speed on agitprop. black propaganda rumors, open subversion, provocateur activities, and sabotage. Finn Nielsen handled agitprop when it was simpler, as well as dangerous job of continuing to front for and put cover-up activity into older, spy-ridden underground. But now a large chunk of agitprop and related work was given to Sidris. Much involved distributing handbills and such. No subversive literature was ever in her shop, nor our home, nor that hotel room. Distribution was done by kids, too young to read. Sidris was also working a full day bending hair and such. About time she began to have too much to do, I happened one evening to make walkabout on Causeway with Sidris on my arm when I caught sight of a familiar face and figure. Skinny little girl, all angles, carrot red hair. She was possibly 12, at stage when a femme shoots up just before blossoming out into rounded softness. I knew her, but could not say why or when or where. I said, "Psst, baby doll, eyeball young femme ahead, orange hair, no cushions." Sidris looked her over. "Darling, I knew you were eccentric, but she's still a boy." "Damn it." "Who?" "Bog knows. Shall I sprag her?" Suddenly I remembered like video coming on, and wished Wyo were with me. But Wyo and I were never together in public. This skinny redhead had been at meeting where Shorty was killed. She sat on floor against wall, down front, and listened with wide-eyed seriousness, and applauded fiercely. Then I had seen her at end in free trajectory, curled into ball in air, and hit a yellow jacket in knees, he whose jaw I broke a moment later. Wyo and I were alive and free because this kid moved fast in a crisis. "No, don't speak to her," I told Sidris. "But I want to keep her in sight. Wish we had one of your irregulars here. Damn." "Drop off and phone Wyo. You'll have one in 5 minutes," my wife said. I did. Then Sidris and I strolled, looking in shop windows and moving slowly, as Quarry was window shopping. In 7 or 8 minutes a small boy came toward us, stopped and said, "Hello, Auntie Mabel. Hi, Uncle Joe." Sidris took his hand. "Hi, Tony. How's your mother, dear?" "Just fine," he added in a whisper. "I'm Jock." "Sorry." Sidris said quietly to me, "Stay on her," and took Jock into tuck shop. She came out and joined me. Jock followed her, licking a lollipop. "Bye, Auntie Mabel. Thanks." He danced away, rotating, wound up by that little redhead, stood and stared into a display, solemnly sucking his sweet. Sidris and I went home. A report was waiting. "She went into Cradle Row crash and hasn't come out. Do we stay on it?" "A bit yet," I told Wyo, and asked if she remembered this kid. She did, but had no idea who she might be. "You could ask Finn." "Can do better." I called Mike. Yes, Cradle Row crash had a phone and Mike would listen. Took him 20 minutes to pick up enough to get analysis. Many young voices, and at such ages almost sexless. But presently he told me, "Man, I hear 3 voices that could match the age and physical type you described. However, 2 answer to names which I assume to be masculine. The third answers when anyone says Hazel, which an older female voice does repeatedly. She seems to be Hazel's boss." "Mike, look at old organization file. Check Hazel's." "4 Hazels," he answered at once. "And here she is. Hazel Mead, Young Comrades Auxiliary. Address, Cradle Roll Creche. Born 25 December, 2063. Mass 39 kilos. Height..." "That's our little jump jet. Thanks, Mike. Wyo, call off stakeout. Good job." "Mike, call Donna and pass the word. That's a dear." I left it to girls to recruit Hazel Mead and did not eyeball her until Sidris moved her into our household 2 weeks later. But Wyo volunteered a report before then. Policy was involved. Sidris had filled her cell but wanted Hazel Mead. Besides this irregularity, Sidris was doubtful about recruiting a child. Policy was adults only, 16 and up. I took her to Adam Celine, an executive cell. As I see, I said, this cells of three system is to serve us, not bind us. See nothing wrong in Comrade Cecilia having an extra, nor any real danger to security. I agree, said Prof. But I suggest that the extra member not be part of Cecilia's cell. She should not know the others. I mean, unless the duties Cecilia gives her make it necessary. Nor do I think she should recruit at her age. The real question is her age. Agreed, said Wyo. I want to talk about this kid's age. Friends, Mike said diffidently. Diffidently first time in weeks. He was now that confident executive Adam Celine, much more than a lonely machine. Perhaps I should have told you, but I have already granted similar variations. It did not seem to require discussion. It doesn't, Mike, Prof reassured him. A chairman must use his own judgment. What is our largest cell? 5. It is a double cell, 3 and 2. No harm done. Dear Wyo, does Sidris propose to make this child a full comrade? Let her know that we are committed to revolution, with all the bloodshed, disorder, and possible disaster that entails. That's exactly what she is requesting. But, dear lady, while we are staking our lives, we are old enough to know it. For that, one should have an emotional grasp of death. Children seldom are able to realize that death will come to them personally. One might define adulthood as the age at which a person learns that he must die, and accepts this sentence undismayed. Prof, I said, I know some mighty tall children. 7 to 2, some are in party. No bet, Copper. I'll give odds that at least half of them don't qualify, and we might find out the hard way at the end of this, our folly. Prof, Wyo insisted. Mike, Manny, Sidris is certain this child is an adult, and I think so too. Man? Asked Mike. Let's find way for Prof to meet her and form an opinion. I was taken by her, especially her go-to-hell fighting, or would never have started it. We adjourned, and I heard no more. Hazel showed up at a dinner shortly thereafter as Sidris' guest. She showed no signs of recognizing me, nor did I admit that I had ever seen her, but learned long after that she had recognized me, not just by left arm, but because I had been hatted and kissed by a tall blonde from Hong Kong. Furthermore, Hazel had seen through Wyoming's disguise, recognized what Wyo never did successfully disguise, her voice. But Hazel used lip glue. If she ever assumed I was in conspiracy, she never showed it. Child's history explained her, far as background can explain still a character. Transported with parents as a baby, much as Wyo had been, she had lost her father through accident while he was convict labor, which mother blamed on indifference of authority to safety of penal colonists. Her mother lasted till Hazel was 5. What she died from Hazel did not know. She was then living in creche where we found her. Nor did she know why parents had been shipped, possibly for subversion, if they were both under sentence, as Hazel thought. As may be, her mother left her a fierce hatred of authority and warden. Family that ran cradle roll let her stay. Hazel was pinning diapers and washing dishes as soon as she could reach. She had taught herself to read, and could print letters, but could not write. Her knowledge of math was only that ability to count money that children soak up through their skins. Was fuss over her leaving creche. Owner and husbands claimed Hazel owed several years' service. Hazel solved it by walking out, leaving her clothes and fewer belongings behind. Mom was angry enough to want family to start trouble, which could wind up in brawling she despised. But I told her privately that, as her cell leader, I did not want our family in public eye. and hauled out cash and told her party would pay for clothes for Hazel. Mum refused money, called off a family meeting, took Hazel into town, and was extravagant, for Mum, in re-outfitting her. So, we adopted Hazel. I understand that these days adopting a child involves red tape. In those days, it was as simple as adopting a kitten. It was more fuss when Mum started to place Hazel in school, which fitted neither what Sidris had in mind nor what Hazel had been led to expect as a party member and comrade. Again, I butted in, and Mum gave in part way. Hazel was placed in a tutoring school close to Sidris' shop. That is, near Easement Lock 13. Beauty parlor was by it. Sidris had good business, because close enough that our water was piped in and used without limit as return line took it back for salvage. Hazel studied mornings and helped in afternoons, pinning on gowns, handing out towels, giving rinses, learning trade, and whatever else Sidris wanted. Whatever else was captain of Baker Street Irregulars. Hazel had handled younger kids all her short life. They liked her. She could wheedle them into anything. She understood what they said when an adult would find it gibberish. She was a perfect bridge between party and most junior auxiliary. She could make a game of chores be assigned and persuade them to play by rules she gave them, and never let them know it was adult serious, but child serious, which is another matter. For example, let's say a little one, too young to read, is caught with a stack of subversive literature, which happened more than once. Here's how it would go, after Hazel indoctrinated a kid. "Baby, where'd you get this?" "I'm not a baby. I'm a big boy." "Okay, big boy, where did you get this?" "Jackie give it to me." "Who is Jackie?" "Jackie." "But what's his last name?" "Who?" "Jackie." "Jackie's a girl." "All right. Where does she live?" "Who?" And so on around. To all questions, key answer was of pattern. Jackie give it to me. Since Jackie didn't exist, she, didn't have a last name, a home address, nor fixed sex. Those children enjoyed making fools of adults, once they learned how easy it was. At worst, literature was confiscated. Even a squad of peace dragoons thought twice before trying to arrest a small child. Yes, we were beginning to have squads of dragoons inside Luna City, but never less than a squad. Some had gone in singly and not come back. When Mike started writing poetry, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to publish it. Shows how thoroughly humanity had corrupted this innocent machine that he should wish to see his name in print. I said, "Mike, for bug's sake, blown all circuits, or planning to give us away?" Before he could sulk, Proof said, "Hold on, Manuel. I see possibilities. Mike, would it suit you to take a pen name?" That's how Simon Jester was born. Mike picked it apparently by tossing random numbers, but he used another name for serious verse, his party name, Adam Celine. Simon's verse was doggerel, bawdy, subversive, ranging from poking fun at Vips to savage attacks on Warden, System, Peace Dragoons, Finks. You found it on walls of public WCs, or on scraps of paper left in tube capsules, or in tap rooms. Wherever they were signed Simon Jester, and with a matchstick drawing of a little horned devil with big grin and forked tail. Sometimes he was stabbing a fat man with a pitchfork. Sometimes just his face would appear, big grin and horns, until, shortly, even horns and grin meant Simon was here. Simon appeared all over Luna same day, and from then on never let up. Shortly he started receiving volunteer help. His verses and little pictures, so simple anybody could draw them, began appearing more places than we had planned. This wider coverage had to be from fellow travelers. Verses and cartoons started appearing inside Complex, which could not have been our work. We never recruited civil servants. Also, 3 days after the initial appearance of a very rough limerick, one that implied that Warden's fatness derived from unsavory habits, this limerick popped up on precious sticky labels, with cartoon improved so that fat victim flinching from Simon's pitchfork was recognizably Mort the Wart. We didn't buy them. We didn't print them. But they appeared in El City and Novelin and Hong Kong, stuck almost everywhere. Public phones, stanchions in corridors, pressure locks, ramp railings, other. I had a sample count made, fed it to Mike. He reported that over 70,000 labels had been used in El City alone. I did not know of a printing plant in El City willing to risk such a job and equipped for it. Began to wonder if might be another revolutionary cabal. Simon's verses were such a success that he branched out as a poltergeist, and neither warden nor security chief was allowed to miss it. Dear Mort the Wart, ran one letter. Do please be careful from midnight to 400 tomorrow. Love and kisses, Simon. With horns and grin. In same mail, Alvarez received one reading. Dear Pimplehead, if the warden breaks his leg tomorrow night, it will be your fault. Faithfully your conscience, Simon. Again with horns and smile. We didn't have anything planned. We just wanted Mort and Alvarez to lose sleep, which they did, plus bodyguard. All Mike did was to call Warden's private phone at intervals from midnight to 400. An unlisted number supposedly known only to his personal staff. By calling members of his personal staff simultaneously and connecting them to Mort, Mike not only created confusion, but got Warden angry at his assistants. He flatly refused to believe their denials. But was luck that Warden, goaded too far, ran down a ramp. Even a new chum does that only once. So he walked on air and sprained an ankle, close enough to a broken leg, and Alvarez was there when it happened. Those sleep losers were mostly just that. Like rumor that Authority Catapult had been mined and would be blown up another night. 90 plus 18 men can't search 100 kilometers of catapult in hours, especially when 90 are peace dragoons, not used to pea suit work and hating it. This midnight came at New Earth with sun high. They were outside far longer than is healthy, managed to cook up their own accidents while almost cooking themselves, and showed nearest thing to mutiny in regiment's history. One accident was fatal. Did he fall, or was he pushed? A sergeant. Midnight alarms made peace dragoons on passport watch, much taken by yawning and more bad-tempered, which produced more clashes with loonies and still greater resentment both ways. So Simon increased pressure. Adam Celine's verse was on a higher plane. Mike submitted it to proof and accepted his literary judgment. Good, I think, without resentment. Mike's scansion and rhyming were perfect. Mike being a computer with whole English language in his memory, and able to search for a fitting word in microseconds. What was weak was self-criticism. That improved rapidly under Proof's stern editorship. Adam Celine's byline appeared first in dignified pages of Munglo, over a somber poem titled Home. Was dying thoughts of old transportee. His discovery as he is about to leave that Luna is his beloved home. Language was simple. Rhyme scheme unforced. Only thing faintly subversive was conclusion on part of dying man that even many wardens he has endured was not too high a price. Doubt if Munglo's editors thought twice. Was good stuff. They published. Alvarez turned editorial office inside out, trying to get the line back to Adam Celine. Issue had been on sale half a lunar before Alvarez noticed it. Or had it called to his attention. We were fretted. We wanted that byline noticed. We were much pleased with the way Alvarez oscillated when he did see it. Editors were unable to help Fink Boss. They told him truth. Poem had come in by mail. Did they have it? Yes, surely. Sorry, no envelope. They were never saved. After a long time Alvarez left, flanked by 4 dragoons he had fetched along for his health. Hoped he enjoyed studying that sheet of paper. Was piece of Adam Celine's business stationery. Celine Associates, Luna City. Investments. Office of the Chairman, Old Dome. And under that was typed, Home, by Adam Celine, etc. Any fingerprints were added after it left us. Had been typed on Underwood office electrostator. Commonest model in Luna. Even so, were not too many as are importado. A scientific detective could have identified machine. Would have found it in Luna City office of Luna Authority. Machines, should say, as we found 6 of model in office and used them in rotation. 5 words and moved to next. Cost YO and self sleep, but too much risk even though Mike listened at every phone, ready to warn. Never did it that way again. Alvarez was not a scientific detective. 11. In early 76, I had too much to do. Could not neglect customers. Party work took more time even though all possible was delegated. But decisions had to be made on endless things, and messages passed up and down. Had to squeeze in hours of heavy exercise, wearing weights, and doesn't arrange permission to use centrifuge at Complex, one used by earthworm scientists to stretch time in Luna. While had used it before, this time could not advertise that I was getting in shape for Earthside. Exercising without centrifuge is less efficient, and was especially boring, because did not know there would be need for it. But according to Mike, 30% of ways events could fall required some loony, able to speak for party, to make trip to Terra. Could not see myself as an ambassador. Don't have education, and not diplomatic. Prof was obvious choice of those recruited, or likely to be. But Prof was old, might not live to land Earthside. Mike told us that a man of Prof's age, body type, etc., had less than 40% chance of reaching Terra alive. But Prof did gaily undertake strenuous training to let him make most of his poor chances. So what could I do but put on weights and get to work, ready to go and take his place if old Hart clicked off. Wyo did same, on assumption that something might keep me from going. She did it to share misery. Wyo always used gallantry in place of logic. On top of business, party work, and exercise, was farming. We had lost 3 sons by marriage while gaining 2 fine lads, Frank and Ali. Then Greg went to work for Luno Hoko as boss drillman on new catapult. Was needful. Much skull sweat went into hiring construction crew. We could use non-party men for most jobs, but key spots had to be party men as competent as they were politically reliable. Greg did not want to go. Our farm needed him, and he did not like to leave his congregation, but accepted. That made me again a valet, part-time, to pigs and chickens. Hans is a good farmer, picked up load and worked enough for 2 men. But Greg had been farm manager ever since Grandpa retired. New responsibility worried Hans. Should have been mine, being senior, but Hans was better farmer and closer to it. Always been expected he would succeed Greg someday. So, I backed him up by agreeing with his opinions and tried to be half a farm hand in hours I could squeeze. Left no time to scratch. Late in February, I was returning from long trip. Noveline, Takawanda, Churchill. New tube had just been completed across Sinus Medii, so I went on to Hong Kong in Luna. Business, and did make contacts now that I could promise emergency service. Fact that Endsville below the Hachi bus ran only during dark semi-lunar had made impossible before. But business was cover for politics. Liaison with Hong Kong had been thin. Wyo had done well by phone. Second member of her cell was an old comrade, Comrade Clayton, who not only had clean bill of health in Alvarez's file zebra, but also stood high in Wyo's estimation. Clayton was briefed on policies, warned of bad apples, encouraged to start cell system while leaving old organization untouched. Wyo told him to keep his membership as before. But phone isn't face-to-face. Hong Kong should have been our stronghold. Was less tied to authority, as its utilities were not controlled from complex. Was less dependent because lack, until recently, of tube transport had made selling at Catapult Head less inviting. Was stronger financially as Bank of Hong Kong lunar notes were better money than official authority scrip. I suppose Hong Kong dollars weren't money in some legal sense. Authority would not accept them. Times I went Earthside had to buy authority scrip to pay for ticket. But what I carried was Hong Kong dollars, as could be traded Earthside at a small discount, whereas scrip was nearly worthless there. Money or not, Hong Kong banknotes were backed by honest Chinese bankers instead of being fiat of bureaucracy. 100 Hong Kong dollars was 31.1 grams of gold, old troy ounce, payable on demand at home office. And they did keep gold there, fetched up from Australia. Or you could demand commodities, non-potable water, steel of defined grade, heavy water of power plant specs, other things. Could buy these with scrip too, but authorities' prices kept changing, upward. I'm no fiscal theorist. Time Mike tried to explain, I got headache. Simply know we were glad to lay hands on this non-money, whereas scrip one accepted reluctantly, and not just because we hated authority. Hong Kong should have been party's stronghold, but was not. We had decided that I should risk face-to-face there, letting some know my identity, as a man with one arm can't disguise easily. Was risk that would jeopardize not only me, but could lead to Wyo, Mum, Greg, and Sidris if I took a fall. But who said revolution was safe? Comrade Clayton turned out to be young Japanese. Not too young, but they all look young, till suddenly look old. He was not all Japanese, Malay and other things, but had Japanese name, and household had Japanese manners. Giri and Gimu controlled, and it was my good fortune that he owned much Gimu to Wyo. Clayton was not convict ancestry. His people had been volunteers marched aboard ship at gunpoint during time Great China consolidated Earthside Empire. I did not hold it against him. He hated Warden as bitterly as any old lag. Met him first at a tea-house. Tap room to us El City types. And for 2 hours we talked everything but politics. He made up mind about me, took me home. My only complaint about Japanese hospitality is those chin-high baths are too bleeding hot. But turned out I was not jeopardized. Mama-san was as skilled at makeup as Sidris. My social arm is very convincing, and a kimono covered its seam. Met 4 cells in 2 days, as Comrade Bork, and wearing makeup and kimono and tabi, and if a spy was among them, don't think he could identify Manuel O'Kelly. I had gone there intensely briefed, endless figures and projections, and talked about just one thing, famine in 82, 6 years away. You people are lucky, won't be hit so soon, but now with new tube, you're going to see more and more of your people turning to wheat and rice, and shipping it to Catapult Head. Your time will come. They were impressed. Old organization, as I saw it, and from what I heard, relied on oratory, whooped-up music, and emotion, much like church. I simply said, "There it is, comrades. Check those figures. I'll leave them with you." Met one comrade separately. A Chinese engineer given a good look at anything can figure a way to make it. Asked this one if he had ever seen a laser gun small enough to carry, like a rifle. He had not. Mentioned that passport system made it difficult to smuggle these days. He said thoughtfully that jewels ought not to be hard, and he would be in Luna City next week to see his cousin. I said Uncle Adam would be pleased to hear from him. All in all, was productive trip. On way back I stopped in Novelin to check an old-fashioned punch tape Foreman I had overhauled earlier. Had lunch afterwards, ran into my father. He and I were friendly, but Didn't matter if we let a couple of years go by. We talked through a sandwich and beer, and as I got up he said, "Nice to see you, Manny. Free Luna." I echoed, too startled not to. My old man was as cynically non-political as you could find. If he would say that in public, campaign must be taking hold. So I arrived in El City cheered up, and not too tired, having napped from Torricelli. Took Belt from Tube South, then dropped down and through Bottom Alley, avoiding Causeway crowd and heading home. Went to Judge Brody's courtroom as I came to it, meaning to say hello. Brody is old friend, and we have amputation in common. After he lost a leg, he set up as a judge, and was quite successful. Was not another judge in El City at that time who did not have side business, at least make book or sell insurance. If two people brought the quarrel to Brody, and he could not get them to agree that his settlement was just, he would return fees and, if they fought, referee their duel without charging, and still be trying to persuade them not to use knives right up to squaring off. He wasn't in his courtroom, though Plug Hat was on desk. Started to leave, only to be checked by a group coming in, still Yagi types. A girl was with them, and an older man hustled by them. He was mussed, and clothing had that vague something that says, "Tourist." We used to get tourists even then. Not hordes, but quite a few. They would come up from Earth, stop in a hotel for a week, go back in same ship, or perhaps stop over for next ship. Most of them spent their time gambling after a day or two of sightseeing, including that silly walk up on surface every tourist makes. Most loonies ignore them, and granted them their foibles. One lad, oldest, about 18 and leader, said to me, "Where's Judge?" "Don't know, not here." He chewed lip, looked baffled. I said, "What trouble?" He said soberly, "Going to eliminate this tomb, but want Judge to confirm it." I said, "Cover tap rooms around here. Probably find him." A boy about 14 spoke up. "Say, aren't you Gospodino Kelly?" "Right." "Why don't you judge it?" Oldest looked relieved. "Will you, Господин?" I hesitated. Sure, I've gone judge at times, who hasn't? But don't hanker for responsibility. However, it troubled me to hear young people talk about eliminating a tourist. Bound to cause talk. Decided to do it. So I said to tourist, "Will you accept me as your judge?" He looked surprised. "I have a choice in the matter?" I said patiently, "Of course. Can't expect me to listen if you aren't willing to accept my judging, but not urging you. Your life, not mine." He looked very surprised, but not afraid. His eyes lit up. "My life? Did you say?" "Apparently. You heard lads say that they intend to eliminate you. You may prefer to wait for Judge Brody." He didn't hesitate, smiled and said, "I accept you as my judge, sir." "As you wish." I looked at oldest lad. "What parties to quarrel? Just you and your young friend?" "Oh no, Judge, all of us." "Not your judge yet." I looked around. "Do you all ask me to judge?" Were nods. None said no. Leader turned to girl, added, "Better speak up, Tish. You accept Judge O'Kelly?" "What? Oh, sure." She was a vapid little thing, vacantly pretty, curvy, perhaps 14, slot machine type, and how she might wind up. Sorta prefers being queen over a pack of Stilyagi to solid marriage. I don't blame Stilyagi. They chase around corridors because not enough females. Work all day and nothing to go home to at night. Okay, court has been accepted and all are bound to abide by my verdict. Let's settle fees. How high can you boys go? Please understand I'm not going to judge an elimination for dimes. So ante up or I turn him loose." Leader blinked. They went into huddle. Shortly he turned and said, "We don't have much. Will you do it for $5 apiece?" 6 of them. "No. I'd not to ask a court to judge elimination at that price." They huddled again. $50, Judge? 60. 10 each. And another 10 from you, Tish, I said to the girl. She looked surprised, indignant. Come, I said. Tanstaffel. She blinked and reached in the pouch. She had money. Types like that always have. I collected $70, laid it on desk, and said to tourist, "Can match it?" Beg pardon? Kids are paying $70 Hong Kong for judgment. You should match it. If you can't, open pouch and prove it, and can owe it to me. But that's your share. I added, cheap for a capital case, but kids can't pay much, so you get a bargain. I see. I believe I see. He matched with 70 Hong Kong. Thank you, I said. Now, does either side want a jury? Girl's eyes lit up. Sure, let's do it right. Earthworm said, Under the circumstances, perhaps I need one. Can have it, I assured. Want a counsel? Why, I suppose I need a lawyer too? I said counsel, not lawyer. Aren't any lawyers here? Again he seemed delighted. I suppose counsel, if I elected to have one, would be of the same informal quality as the rest of these proceedings? Maybe not. I'm informal sort of judge, that's all. Suit yourself. I think I rely on your informality, Your Honor. Oldest lad said, this jury, you pick up chit, or do we? I pay. I agreed to judge for 140 gross. Haven't you been in court before? But not going to kill my net for extra I could do without. 6 jurymen, $5 each. See who's in alley. One boy stepped out and shouted, Jury work! $5 job! They rounded up 6 men, and were what you would expect in Bottom Alley. Didn't worry me, as I had no intention of paying mine to them. If you go judge, better in good neighborhood with chance of getting solid citizens. I went behind desk, sat down, put on Brody's plug hat. Wondered where he had found it. Probably a cast-off from some lodge. Court's in session, I said. Let's have names, and tell me beef. Oldest lad was named Slim Lemke. Girl was Patricia Carmen Zukov. Don't remember others. Tourist stepped up, reached into pouch, and said, My card, sir. I still have it. It read, Stuart René Lejoie, poet, traveler, soldier of fortune. Beef was tragically ridiculous. Fine example of why tourists should not wander around without guides. Sure, guides bleed them white, but isn't that what a tourist is for? This one almost lost life from lack of guidance. Had wandered into a tap room which let still Yagi hang out, a sort of club room. This simple female had flirted with him. Boys had let matter be, as of course they had to as long as she invited it. But at some point she had laughed and let him have a feast in ribs. He had taken it as casually as a loony would, but had answered in distinctively earthworm manner, slipped arm around waist and pulled her to him, apparently tried to kiss her. Now, believe me, in North America this wouldn't matter. I've seen things much like it. But of course Tish was astonished, perhaps frightened. She screamed. A pack of boys set upon him and roughed him up, then decided he had to pay for his crime, but do it correctly. Find a judge. Most likely they chickened. Chances are not one had ever dealt with an elimination. But their lady had been insulted. Had to be done. I questioned them, especially Tish, and decided I had it straight. Then said, Let me sum up. Here we have a stranger. Doesn't know our ways. He offended, he's guilty, but meant no offense, far as I can see. What does jury say? Hey, you there. Wake up. What do you say? Juryman looked up blearily, said, Eliminate him. Very well. And you? Well... Next one hesitated. Guess it would be enough just to beat tar out of him, so he'll know better next time. Can't have men pawn women. Her place'll get to be as bad as they say Tara is. Sensible, I agreed. And you? Only one juror voted for elimination. Others ranged from a beating to very high fines. What do you think, Slim? Well... He was worried. Face in front of gang. Face in front of what might be his girl. But had cooled down and didn't want Chum eliminated. We already worked him over. Maybe if he got down on hands and knees and kissed floor in front of Tish and said he was sorry? Will you do that, Господин Lajoie? If you so rule, Your Honor. I don't. Here's my verdict. First, the juryman, you are fined. Fee paid because you fell asleep while supposed to be judging. Grab him, boys. Take it away from him and throw him out. They did, enthusiastically. Made up a little for greater excitement they had thought of but really could not stomach. Now, Господин Lajoie, you are fined 50 Hong Kong for not having common sense to learn local customs before stirring around. Ante up. I collected it. Now, you boys line up. You are fined $5 apiece for not exercising good judgment in dealing with a person you knew as a stranger and not used to our ways. Stopping him from touching Tish, that's fine. Rough him, that's okay too. He'll learn faster. I could have tossed him out. But talking about eliminating for what was honest mistake, well, it's out of proportion. $5 each. Ante up. Slim gulped. Judge, I don't think we have that much left. At least I don't. I thought that might be. You have a week to pay, or I post your names in Old Dome. Know where Bonton Beauté shop is? Near Eastman Lock 13? My wife runs it. Pay her. Court's out. Slim, don't go away. Nor you, Tish. Господин Lajoie. Let's take these young people up and buy them a cold drink and get better acquainted. Again his eyes filled with odd delight that reminded of Prof. A charming idea, Judge. I am no longer judge. It's up a couple of ramps, so I suggest you offer Tish your arm. He bowed and said, My lady, may I? And crooked his elbow to her. Tish at once became very grown up. Spasibo, господин. I am pleased. Took them to expensive place, one where their wild clothes and excessive makeup looked out of place. They were edgy. But I tried to make them feel easy, and Stuart Lajoie tried even harder, unsuccessfully. Got their addresses as well as names. Weil had one sequence which was concentrating on Styliagi. Presently they finished their coolers, stood up, thanked and left. Lajoie and I stayed on. Господин, he said presently. You used another word earlier. To me, I mean. Call me Manny, now that kids are gone. What word? It was when you insisted that young lady Tish, that Tish must pay to, Tonstapel, or something like that. Oh, Tonstaffel means there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. And isn't, I added, pointing to a free lunch sign across room. All these drinks would cost half as much. Was reminding her that anything free costs twice as much in long run, or turns out worthless. An interesting philosophy. Not philosophy, fact. One way or other, what you get, you pay for. I fanned air. Was Earthside once, and heard expression, free as air. This air isn't free. You pay for every breath. Really? No one has asked me to pay to breathe. He smiled. Perhaps I should stop. Can happen. You almost breathe a vacuum tonight. But nobody asks you because you've paid. For you, it's part of a round-trip ticket. For me, it's a quarterly charge. I started to tell how my family buys and sells air to community co-op. Decided it was too complicated. But we both pay. Lejoie looked thoughtfully pleased. Yes, I see the economic necessity. It's simply new to me. Tell me, Manny, and I'm called Stu. Was I really in danger of breathing vacuum? Should have charged you more. Please? You aren't convinced. But charged kids all they could scrape up, and find them too, to make them think. Couldn't charge you more than them. Should have. You think it was all a joke. Believe me, sir, I did not think it was a joke. I just have trouble grasping that your local laws permit a man to be put to death so casually and for so trivial an offense. I sighed. What do you start explaining when a man's words show there isn't anything he understands about subject? Instead, he's loaded with preconceptions that don't fit facts and doesn't even know he has. Stu, I said, let's take that piece at a time. Are no local laws, so you couldn't be put to death under them. Your offense was not trivial. I simply made allowance for ignorance, and wasn't done casually, or boys would have dragged you to nearest lock at zero pressure, shoved you in, and cycled.
This book is continued on Disc 6.
The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued.
Disc 6.
Stu, I said, let's take that piece at a time. Are no local laws, so you couldn't be put to death under them. Your offense was not trivial. I simply made allowance for ignorance, and wasn't done casually, or boys would have dragged you to nearest lock at zero pressure, shoved you in, and cycled. Instead, we're most formal, good boys, and paid own cash to give you a trial, and didn't grumble when verdict wasn't even close to what they asked. Now, anything still not clear? He grinned and turned out to have dimples like proof. Found myself liking him still more. All of it, I'm afraid. I seem to have wandered into looking-glass land. Expected that. Having been Earthside, I know how their minds work. Some. An Earthworm expects to find a law, a printed law for every circumstance. Even have laws for private matters such as contracts. Really? If a man's word isn't any good, who would contract with him? Doesn't he have reputation? We don't have laws, I said. Never been allowed to. Have customs, but aren't written and aren't enforced. Or could say they are self-enforcing because are simply way things have to be, conditions being what they are. Could say our customs are natural laws because are way people have to behave to stay alive. When you made a pass at Tish, you were violating a natural law, and almost caused you to breathe vacuum. He blinked thoughtfully. Would you explain the natural law I violated? I had better understand it, or best I return to my ship and stay in board until lift, to stay alive. Certainly. It's so simple that once you understand, you'll never be in danger from it again. Here we are, 2 million males, less than 1 million females. A physical fact, basic as rock or vacuum. Then add idea of Tannstaffel. When thing is scarce, price goes up. Women are scarce, aren't enough to go around. That makes them most valuable thing in Luna, more precious than ice or air, as men without women don't care whether they stay alive or not, except a cyborg, if you regard him as a man, which I don't. I went on. So what happens? And mind you, things were even worse when this custom or natural law first showed itself back in 20th century. Ratio was 10 to 1, or worse then. One thing is what always happens in prison. Men turn to other men. That helps not much. Problem still is because most men want women and won't settle for substitute, while chance of getting true gelt. They get so anxious they will kill for it. And from stories old-timers tell, was killing enough to chill your teeth in those days. But after a while, those still alive found a way to get along. Things shake down. As automatic as gravitation. Those who adjust to facts stay alive. Those who don't are dead, and no problem. What that means, here and now, is that women are scarce and call tune, and you are surrounded by 2 million men who see to it you dance to that tune. You have no choice. She has all choice. She can hit you so hard it draws blood. You dasn't lay a finger on her. Look, you put an arm around Tish, maybe try to kiss. Suppose instead she had gone to hotel room with you. What would happen? Heavens! I suppose they would have torn me to pieces. They would have done nothing, shrugged and pretended not to see. Because choice is hers, not yours, not theirs. Exclusively hers. Oh, be risky to ask her to go to hotel. She might take offense, and that would give boys license to rough you up. But, well, take this Tish. A silly little tart. If you had flashed as much money as I saw in your pouch, she might have taken into head that a bundle with tourists was just about what she needed, and suggested it herself. In which case, would have been utterly safe. Lejoie shivered. At her age? It scares me to think of it. She's below the age of consent, statutory rape. Oh, bloody. No such thing. Women her age are married, or ought to be. Stu, is no rape in Luna. None. Men won't permit. If rape had been involved, they wouldn't have bothered to find a judge, and all men in earshot would have scrambled to help. But chance that a girl that big is virgin is negligible. When they're little, their mothers watch over them, with help from everybody in city. Children are safe here, but when they reach husband high, is no holding them, and mothers quit trying. If they choose to run corridors and have fun, can't stop 'em. Once a girl is nubile, she's her own boss. You married? No, he added with a smile. Not at present. Suppose you were, and wife told you she was marrying again. What would you do? Odd that you should pick that. Something like it did happen. I saw my attorney and made sure she got no alimony. Alimony isn't a word here. I learned it Earthside. Here you might, or a loony husband might say, I think we'll need a bigger place, dear. Or might simply congratulate her and his new co-husband. Or if it made him so unhappy he couldn't stand it, might opt out and pack clothes. But whatever, would not make slightest fuss. If he did, opinion would be unanimous against him. His friends, men and women alike, would snub him. Poor sod would probably move to Novelin, change name, and hope to live it down. All our customs work that way. If you're out in a field and a cobber needs air, you lend him a bottle and don't ask cash. But when you're both back in pressure again, if he won't pay up, nobody would criticize if you eliminated him without a judge. But he would pay. Air is almost as sacred as women. If you take a new chum in a poker game, you give him air money, not eating money. Can work or starve. If you eliminate a man other than self-defense, you pay his debts and support his kids, or people won't speak to you, buy from you, sell to you. Money? You're telling me that I can murder a man here and settle the matter merely with money? Oh, not at all. But eliminating isn't against some law. Or no laws, except Warden's regulations. And Warden doesn't care what one loony does to another. But we figure this way. If a man is killed, either he had it coming, and everybody knows it, usual case, or his friends will take care of it by eliminating men who did it. Either way, no problem. Nor are many eliminations. Even set duels aren't common. His friends will take care of it. Then I suppose those young people had gone ahead. I have no friends here. Was the reason I agreed to judge. Well, I doubted those kids could have egged each other into it. Didn't want to take chance. Eliminating a tourist could give our city a bad name. Does it happen often? Can't recall has ever happened. Of course, may have been made to look like accident. A new chum is accident-prone. Luna is that sort of place. They say if a new chum lives a year, he'll live forever. But nobody sells him insurance first year. Glanced at time. Stu, have you had dinner? No, I was about to suggest that you come to my hotel. The cooking is good. Auberge Orléans. I suppressed shudder. Ate there once. Instead, would you come home with me and meet my family? We have soup or something about this hour. Isn't that an imposition? No. Half a minute while I phone. Mum said, Manuel! How sweet, dear. Capsule has been in for hours. I had decided it would be tomorrow or later. Just drunken debauchery, Mimi, and evil companions. Coming home now, if can remember way, and bringing evil companion. Yes, dear. Dinner in 20 minutes. Try not to be late. Don't you want to know whether my evil companion is male or female? Knowing you, I assume it is a female. But I fancy I shall be able to tell when I see her. You know me so well, Mum. Warn girls to look pretty. Don't want a visitor to outshine them. Don't be too long. Dinner will spoil. Bye, dear. Love. Love, Mum. I waited, then punched Mycroft XXX. Mike, want a name searched. Earthside name. Passenger in Popov. Stuart René Lejoie. Stuart with a U, and last name might file under either L or J. Didn't wait many seconds. Mike found Stu in all major Earthside references. Who's Who, Dun and Bradstreet, Almanac de Gotha, London Times running files, name it. French expatriate, royalist, wealthy. 6 more names sandwiched into ones he used. 3 university degrees, including 1 in law from Sorbonne. Noble ancestry, both France and Scotland. Divorced, no children, from Honorable Pamela Blue Blood. Sort of earthworm who wouldn't speak to a loony of convict ancestry, except Stu would speak to anyone. I listened a pair of minutes, then asked Mike to prepare a full dossier, following all associational leads. Mike, might be our pigeon. Could be, man. Got to run, bye. Returned thoughtfully to my guest. Almost a year earlier, during alcoholic talk in a hotel room, Mike had promised us 1 chance in 7, if certain things were done. 1 sine qua non was help on Terra itself. Despite throwing rocks, Mike knew, we all knew, that mighty Terra with 11 billion people and endless resources could not be defeated by 3 million people who had nothing, even though we stood on a high place and could drop rocks on them. Mike drew parallels from 18th century, when Britain's American colonies broke away, and from 20th, when many colonies became independent of several empires, and pointed out that in no case had a colony broken loose by brute force. No, in every case imperial state was busy elsewhere, had grown weary, and given up without using full strength. For months we had been strong enough, had we wished, to overcome Warden's bodyguards. Once our catapult was ready, any time now, we would not be helpless. But we needed a favorable climate on Terra. For that, we needed help on Terra. Proof had not regarded it as difficult, but turned out to be quite difficult. His Earthside friends were dead, or nearly, and I had never had any, but a few teachers. We sent inquiry down through cells. What Vips do you know Earthside? And usually answer was, you kidding? Null program. Prof watched passenger lists on incoming ships, trying to figure a contact, and had been reading Luna printouts of Earthside newspapers, searching for Vips he could reach through past connection. I had not tried. Handful I had met on Terra were not Vips. Prof had not picked Stu off Popov's passenger list, but Prof had not met him. I did not know whether Stu was simply eccentric, as odd personal cards seemed to show. But he was only Terran I had ever had a drink with in Luna. Seemed a dinkum-cobber, and Mike's report showed hunch was not all bad. He carried some tonnage. So I took him home to see what family thought of him. Started well. Mum smiled and offered hand. He took it, and bowed so deeply I thought he was going to kiss it. Would have, I think, had I not warned him about femmes. Mum was cooing as she led him in to dinner. 12. April and May 76 were more hard work and increasing effort to stir up loonies against Warden, and goad him into retaliation. Trouble with Mort the Wart was that he was not a bad egg. Nothing to hate about him other than fact he was symbol of authority. Was necessary to frighten him to get him to do anything. An average loony was just as bad. He despised Warden as a matter of ritual, but was not stuff that makes revolutionists. He couldn't be bothered. Beer, betting, women, and work. Only thing that kept revolution from dying of anemia was that peace dragoons had real talent for antagonizing. But even them we had to keep stirred up. Prof kept saying we needed a Boston Tea Party, referring to mythical incident in an earlier revolution, by which he meant a public ruckus to grab attention. We kept trying. Mike rewrote lyrics of old revolutionary songs, Marseillaise, Internationale, Yankee Doodle, We Shall Overcome, Pie in the Sky, etc., giving them words to fit Luna, stuff like, Sons of rock and boredom, will you let the warden take from you your liberty? Simon Jester spread them around, and when one took hold, we pushed it. Music only, by radio and video. This put Warden in silly position of forbidding playing of certain tunes, which suited us. People could whistle. Mike studied voice and word choice patterns of deputy administrator, chief engineer, and other department heads. Warden started getting frantic calls at night from his staff, which they denied making. So Alvarez put lock and trace on next one, and sure enough, with Mike's help, Alvarez traced it to supply chief's phone, and was sure it was boss Belly Robber's voice. But next poison call to Mort seemed to come from Alvarez, and what Mort had to say next day to Alvarez, and what Alvarez said in own defense, can only be described as chaotic, crossed with psychotic. Prof had Mike stop, was afraid Alvarez might lose job, which we did not want. He was doing too well for us. But by then, peace dragoons had been dragged out twice in night on what seemed to be Warden's orders, further disrupting morale. And Warden became convinced he was surrounded by traitors, in official family, while they were sure he had blown every circuit. An ad appeared in Lunia Pravda, announcing lecture by Dr. Adam Celine on Poetry and Arts in Luna, a New Renaissance. No comrade attended. Word went down cells to stay away, nor did anybody hang around when 3 squads of peace dragoons showed up. This involves Heisenberg principle as applied to Scarlet Pimpernels. Editor Pravda spent bad hour explaining that he did not accept ads in person, and this one was ordered over counter and paid for in cash. He was told not to take ads from Adam Celine. This was countermounted, and he was told to take anything from Adam Celine, but notify Alvarez at once. New catapult was tested with a load dropped into South India Ocean, at 35 degrees east, 60 degrees south, a spot used only by fish. Mike was joyed over by his marksmanship, since he had been able to sneak only 2 looks when guidance and tracking radars were not in use, and had relied on just 1 nudge to bring it into bullseye. Earthside News reported giant meteor in subantarctic picked up by Cape Town space track, with projected impact that matched Mike's attempt perfectly. Mike called me to boast while taking down evening's Reuters transmission. "I told you it was dead on," he gloated. "I watched it. Oh, what a lovely splash." Later reports on shockwave from seismic labs and on tsunami from oceanographic stations were consistent. Was only canister we had ready. Trouble buying steel. Or Mike might have demanded to try his new toy again. Liberty caps started appearing on Steel Yagi and their girls. Simon Jester began wearing one between his horns. Bon Marché gave them away as premiums. Alvarez had painful talk with Warden in which Mort demanded to know if his Fink boss felt that something should be done every time kids took up fad. Had Alvarez gone out of his mind? I ran across Slim Lemke on Carver Causeway early May. He was wearing a Liberty cap. He seemed pleased to see me, and I thanked him for prompt payment. He had come in 3 days after Stu's trial, and paid Sidris 30 Hong Kong for gang, and bought him a cooler. While we were seated, I asked why young people were wearing red hats. Why a hat? Hats were an earthworm custom, yet? He hesitated, then said was sort of a lodge, like Elks. I changed subject. Learned that his full name was Moses Lemke Stone, member of Stone Gang. This pleased me. We were relatives, but surprised me. However, even best families such as Stone sometimes can't always find marriages for all sons. I had been lucky, or might have been roving corridors at his age, too. Told him about our connection on my mother's side. He warmed up and shortly said, "Cousin Manuel, ever think about how we ought to elect our own warden?" I said no, I hadn't. Authority appointed him, and I suppose they always would. He asked why we had to have an authority. I asked who had been putting ideas in head. He insisted nobody had, just thinking was all. Didn't he have a right to think? When I got home, was tempted to check with Mike, found out lad's party name if any, but wouldn't have been proper security, nor fair to Slim. On 3 May 76, 71 males named Simon were rounded up and questioned, then released. No newspaper carried story, but everybody heard it. We were clear down in Jay's, and 12,000 people can spread a story faster than I would have guessed. We emphasized that one of these dangerous males was only 4 years old, which was not true but very effective. Stu Lejoie stayed with us during February and March, and did not return to Terra until early April. He changed his ticket to next ship, and then to next. When I pointed out that he was riding close to invisible line where irreversible physiological changes could set in, he grinned and told me not to worry, but made arrangements to use centrifuge. Stu did not want to leave even by April, was kissed goodbye with tears by all my wives and Wyo, and he assured each one he was coming back, but left as he had work to do. By then, he was a party member. I did not take part in decision to recruit Stu. I felt prejudiced. Wyo and Prof and Mike were unanimous in risking it. I happily accepted their judgment. We all helped to sell Stu Lejoie. Self, Prof, Mike, Wyo, Mom, even Sidris and Lenore and Ludmilla and our kids and Hans and Ali and Frank, as Davis' home life was what grabbed him first. Did not hurt that Lenore was prettiest girl in El City, which is no disparagement of Milla, Wyo, Anna, and Sidris. Nor did it hurt that Stu could charm a baby away from breast. Mom fussed over him. Hans showed him hydroponic farming, and Stu got dirty and sweaty and sloshed around in tunnels with our boys. Helped harvest our Chinese fish ponds, got stung by our bees. Learned to handle a pea suit, and went up with me to make adjustments on solar battery. Helped Anna butcher a hog, and learned about tanning leather. Sat with Grandpa and was respectful to his naive notions about Terra. Washed dishes with Milla, something no male in our family ever did. Rolled on floor with babies and puppies. Learned to grind flour and swapped recipes with Mom. I introduced him to Prof, and that started the political side of feeling him out. Nothing had been admitted. We could back away. When Prof introduced him to Adam Celine, who could visit only by phone, as he was in Hong Kong at present. By time Stu was committed to cause, we dropped pretense and let him know that Adam was chairman, whom he would not meet in person for security reasons. But Wyo did most, and was on her judgment that Prof turned cards up and let Stu know that we were building a revolution. Was no surprise. Stu had made up mind and was waiting for us to trust him. They say a face once launched 1,000 ships. I do not know that Weil used anything but argument on Stu. I never tried to find out. But Weil had more to do with committing me than all Prof's theory or Mike's figures. If Weil used even stronger methods on Stu, she was not first heroine in history to do so for her country. Stu went Earthside with a special codebook. I'm no code and cipher expert except that a computer man learns principles during study of information theory. A cipher is a mathematical pattern under which one letter substitutes for another, simplest being one in which alphabet is merely scrambled. A cipher can be incredibly subtle, especially with help of a computer. But ciphers all have weaknesses, that they are patterns. If one computer can think them up, another computer can break them. Codes do not have same weakness. Let's say that codebook has letter group GLOPS. Does this mean Aunt Minnie will be home Thursday? Or does it mean 3.14157? Meaning is whatever you assign, and no computer can analyze it simply from letter group. Give a computer enough groups and a rational theory involving meanings or subjects for meanings, and it will eventually wear it out, because meanings themselves show patterns. But is a problem of different kind, on a more difficult level. Code we selected was commonest commercial codebook, used both on Terra and in Luna for commercial dispatches. But we worked it over. Prof and Mike spent hours discussing what information party might wish to send to its agent on Terra, or receive from agent, when Mike put his vast information to work and came up with new set of meanings for codebook. Ones that could say, buy Thai rice futures, as easily as run for life, they've caught us. Or anything, as cipher signals were buried in it to permit anything to be said that had not been anticipated. Late one night, Mike made printout of new code via Linia Pravda's facilities. A night editor turned rollover to another comrade who converted it into a very small roll of film and passed it along in turn, and no one ever knew what they handled or why. Wound up in Stu's pouch. Search of off-planet luggage was tight by then and conducted by bad-tempered dragoons, but Stu was certain he would have no trouble. Perhaps he swallowed it. Thereafter, some of Lunoho Company's dispatches to Terra reached Stu via his London broker. Part of purpose was financial. Party needed to spend money Earthside. Lunoho Co. transferred money there. Not all stolen. Some ventures turned out well. Party needed still more money Earthside. Stu was to speculate, acting on secret knowledge of plan of revolution. He, Prof, and Mike had spent hours discussing what stocks would go up, what would go down, etc., after Der Tag. This was Prof's pigeon. I am not that sort of gambler. But money was needed before Der Tag to build climate of opinion. We needed publicity, needed delegates and senators in federated nations, needed some nation to recognize us quickly, once the day came. We needed laymen telling other laymen over a beer, "What is there on that pile of rock worth one soldier's life? Let 'em go to hell in their own way, I say." Money for publicity, money for bribes, money for dummy organizations and to infiltrate established organizations, money to get true nature of Luna's economy. Stu had gone loaded with figures, brought out as scientific research, then in popular form. Money to convince Foreign Office of at least one major nation that there was advantage in a free Luna. Money to sell idea of lunar tourism to a major cartel. Too much money. Stu offered own fortune, and Prof did not discourage it. Where treasure is, heart will be. But still too much money, and far too much to do. I did not know if Stu could swing a tenth of it. Simply kept fingers crossed. At least it gave us a channel to Terra. Prof claimed that communications to enemy were essential to any war if was to be fought and settled sensibly. Prof was a pacifist. Like his vegetarianism, he did not let it keep him from being rational. would have made a terrific theologian. As soon as Stu went Earthside, Mike set odds at 1 in 13. I asked him, "What in hell?" "But man," he explained patiently, "it increases risk. That it is necessary risk does not change the fact that risk is increased." I shut up. About that time, early May, a new factor reduced some risks while revealing others. One part of Mike's handled Terra-Luna microwave traffic, commercial messages, scientific data, news channels, video, voice, radio, telephone, routine authority traffic, and Warden's top secret. Aside from last, Mike could read any of this, including commercial codes and ciphers. Breaking ciphers was a crossword puzzle to him, and nobody mistrusted this machine. Except Warden. And I suspect that his was distrust of all machinery. Was sort of person who finds anything more involved than a pair of scissors complex, mysterious, and suspect. Stone Age mind. Warden used a code that Mike never saw. Also used ciphers and did not work them through Mike. Instead, he had a moronic little machine in resident's office. On top of this, he had arrangement with Authority Earthside to switch everything around at preset times. No doubt he felt safe. Mike broke his cipher patterns and deduced time change program just to try legs. He did not tackle code until Prof suggested it. It held no interest for him. But once Prof asked, Michael tackled Warden's top secret messages. He had to start from scratch. In past, Mike had erased Warden's messages once transmission was reported. So slowly, he accumulated data for analysis. Painfully slow, for Warden used this method only when he had to. Sometimes a week would pass between such messages. But gradually Mike began to gather meanings for letter groups, each assigned a probability. A code does not crack all at once. Possible to know meanings of 99 groups in a message, and miss essence because one group is merely GLOPS to you. However, user has a problem too. If GLOPS comes through as GLOPT, he's in trouble. Any method of communication needs redundancy, or information can be lost. It was that redundancy that Mike nibbled, with perfect patience of machine. Mike solved most of Warden's code sooner than he had projected. Warden was sending more traffic than in past, and most of it one subject, which helped. Subject being security and subversion. We had Morton at Twitter. He was yelling for help. He reported subversive activity still going on despite 2 phalanges of peace dragoons, and demanded enough troops to station guards in all key spots inside all warrens. Authority told him this was preposterous. No more of FN's crack troops could be spared. To be permanently ruined for Earthside duties, and such requests should not be made. If he wanted more guards, he must recruit them from transportees, but such increase in administrative costs must be absorbed in Luna. He would not be allowed more overhead. He was directed to report what steps he had taken to meet new grain quotas set in our such and such. Warden replied that unless extremely moderate requests for trained security personnel, not untrained, unreliable, and unfit convicts, were met, he could no longer assure civil order, much less increased quotas. Reply asked sneeringly what difference it made if ex-consignees chose to riot among themselves in their holes. If it worried him, had he thought of shutting off lights, as was used so successfully in 1996 and 2021? These exchanges caused us to revise our calendar, to speed some phases, slow others. Like a perfect dinner, a revolution has to be cooked so that everything comes out even. Stu needed time Earthside. We needed canisters and small steering rockets, and associated circuitry for rock throwing. And steel was a problem. Buying it, fabricating it, and above all, moving it through meander of tunnels to new catapult site. We needed to increase party at least into Ks, say 40,000, with lowest echelons picked for fighting spirit, rather than talents we had sought earlier. We needed weapons against landings. We needed to move Mike's radars without which he was blind. Mike could not be moved. Bits of him spread all through Luna. But he had 1,000 meters of rock over that central part of him at Complex, was surrounded by steel, and this armor was cradled in springs. Authority had contemplated that someday somebody might lob H-weapons at their control center. All these needed to be done, and pot must not boil too soon. So, we cut down on things that worried Warden, and tried to speed up everything else. Simon Jester took a holiday. Word went out that Liberty Caps were not stylish, but saved them. Warden got no more nervous making phone calls. We quit inciting incidents with dragoons, which did not stop them, but reduced number. Despite efforts to quiet Mort's worries, a symptom showed up which disquieted us instead. No message, at least we intercepted none, reached Warden agreeing to his demand for more troops, but he started moving people out of Complex. Civil servants who lived there started looking for holes to rent in El City. Authorities started test drills and resonance exploration in a cubic adjacent to El City, which could be converted into a warren. Could mean that Authority proposed shipping up unusually large draft of prisoners. Could mean that space in Complex was needed for purpose other than quarters. But Mike told us, "Why kid yourselves? The Warden is going to get those troops. That space will be their barracks. Any other explanation I would have heard." I said, "But Mike, why didn't you hear if it's troops? You have code of Wardens fairly well whipped." "Not just fairly well, I've got it whipped. But the last 2 ships have carried Authority VIPs, and I don't know what they talk about away from phones." So, we tried to plan a cover possibility of having to cope with 10 more phalanges, that being Mike's estimate of what cubic being cleared would hold. We could deal with that many, with Mike's help, but it would mean deaths, not bloodless coup d'etat Prof had planned. And we increased efforts to speed up other factors, when suddenly we found ourselves committed. 13. Her name was Mary Lyons. She was 18 years old and born in Luna, mother having been exiled via Peace Corps in 56. No record of father. She seems to have been a harmless person, worked as a stock control clerk in shipping department, lived in Complex. Maybe she hated Authority and enjoyed teasing peace dragoons. Or perhaps it started as a commercial transaction, as cold-blooded as any in a crib behind a slot machine lock. How can we know? 6 dragoons were in it. Not satisfied with raping her, if rape it was, they abused her other ways and killed her. But they did not dispose of body neatly. Another civil service femme found it before it was cold. She screamed. Was her last scream. We heard about it at once. Mac called us 3 while Alvarez and Peace Dragoon CO were digging into matter in Alvarez's office. Appears that Peace Goon boss had no trouble laying hands on guilty. He and Alvarez were questioning them one at a time, and quarreling between grillings. Once we heard Alvarez say, "I told you those goons of yours had to have their own women. I warned you." "Stuff it," Dragoon officer answered. "I've told you time and again they won't ship any. The question now is how we hush this up." "Are you crazy? Warden already knows." "It's still the question." "Oh, shut up and send him the next one." Early in Filthy Story, Wyo joined me in workshop. Was pale under makeup. Said nothing but wanted to sit close and clench my hand. At last was over, and Dragoon officer left Alvarez. We're still quarreling. Alvarez wanted those 6 executed at once, and fact made public. Sensible, but not nearly enough for his needs. CEO was still talking about hushing it up. Prof said, "Mike, keep an ear there and listen where else you can." "Well, Mike? Wyo? Plans?" I didn't have any. Wasn't a cold, shrewd revolutionist. Just wanted to get my heel into faces that matched those 6 voices. I don't know. What do we do, Prof? Do? We're on our tiger. We grab its ears. Mike, where's Finn Nielsen? Find him. Mike answered. He's calling now. He got Finn in with us. I heard. At Tube South. Both guards dead and about 6 of our people. Just people, I mean, not necessarily comrades. Some wild rumor about goons going crazy and raping and killing all women at Complex. Adam, I'd better talk to Prof. I'm here, Finn, Prof answered in a strong, confident voice. Now we move. We've got to. Switch off and get those laser guns and men who trained with them. Any you can round up. Okay. Adam? Do as Prof says, then call back. Hold it, Finn, I cut in. Manny here. I want one of those guns. You haven't practiced, Manny. If it's a laser, I can use it. Manny, Prof said forcefully. Shut up. You're wasting time. Let Finn go. Adam, message for Mike. Tell him Plan Alert 4. Prof's example damped my oscillating. Had forgotten that Finn was not supposed to know Mike was anybody but Adam Celine. Forgotten everything but raging anger. Mike said, Finn is switched off, Prof. And I put Alert 4 on standby when this broke. No traffic now except routine stuff filed earlier. You don't want to interrupt, do you? No, just follow Alert 4. No Earthside transmission either way that tips any news. If one comes in, hold it, and consult. Alert 4 was emergency communication doctrine, intended to slap censorship on news to Terra without arousing suspicion. For this, Mike was ready to talk in many voices with excuses as to why a direct voice transmission could be delayed, and any taped transmission was no problem. Program running, agreed Mike. Good. Manny, calm down, son, and stick to your knitting. Let other people do the fighting. You're needed here. We're going to have to improvise. Wyo, cut out and get word to Comrade Cecilia to get all irregulars out of the corridors. Get those children home and keep them home. And have their mothers urging other mothers to do the same. We don't know where the fighting will spread, but we don't want children hurt if we can help it. Right away, Prof. Wait. As soon as you've got Sidris, get moving on your Stilyagi. I want a riot at the authorities' city office. Break in, wreck the place, and noise and shouting and destruction. No one hurt if it can be helped. Mike, Alert 4M. Cut off the complex, except for your own lines. Prof, I demanded, what sense in starting riots here? Manny, this is the day. Mike, has the rape and murder news reached other Warrens? Not that I've heard. I'm listening here and there with random jumps. Tube stations are quiet except Luna's city. Fighting has just started at Tube Station West. Want to hear it? Not now. Manny, slide over there and watch it, but stay out of it, and stick close to a phone. Mike, start trouble in all Warrens. Pass the news down the cells and use Finn's version, not the truth. The goons are raping and killing all the women in the complex. I'll give you details, or you can invent them. Can you order the guards at tube stations and other Warrens back to their barracks? I want riots, but there is no point in sending unarmed people against armed men if we can dodge it. I'll try. I hurried to Tube Station West, slowed as I neared it. Corridors were full of angry people. City roared in a way I'd never heard before, and as I crossed Causeway, could hear shouts and crowd noise from direction of authorities' city office, although it seemed to me there had not been time for Wyo to reach her Stilyagi. Nor had there been. What Proof had tried to start was underway spontaneously. Station was mobbed, and I had to push through to see what I assumed to be certain, that passport guards were either dead or fled. Dead, it turned out, along with 3 loonies. One was a boy, not more than 13. He had died with his hands on the dragoon's throat, and his head still sporting a little red cap. I pushed way to a public phone and reported. "Go back," said Prof, "and read the ID of one of those guards. I want name and rank. Have you seen Finn?" "No." "He's headed there with 3 guns. Tell me where the booth you're in is, get that name, and come back to it." One body was gone, dragged away. Bog knows what they wanted with it. Other had been badly battered, but I managed to crowd in and snatch dog chain from neck before it too was taken somewhere. I elbowed back to phone. Found a woman at it. "Lady," I said, "I've got to use that phone. Emergency." "You're welcome to it. Pesky thing's out of order." Worked for me. Mike had saved it. Gave Proof guard's name. "Good," he said. "Have you seen Finn? He'll be looking for you at that booth." "Haven't hold it. Just spotted him." "Okay. Hang on to him. Mike, do you have a voice to fit that dragoon's name?" "Sorry, Prof. No." "All right. Just make it hoarse and frightened. Chances are the CO won't know it that well. Or would the trooper call Alvarez?" "He would call his CO. Alvarez gives orders through him." "So call the CO, report the attack, and call for help, and die in the middle of it. Riot sounds behind you, and maybe a shout of, 'There's the dirty bastard now,' just before you die. Can you swing it?" "Programmed. No ha-ha," Mike said cheerfully. "Run it. Manny, put Finn on." Prof's plan was to sucker off-duty guards out of barracks and keep suckering them, with Finn's men posted to pick them off as they got out of capsules. And it worked, right up to the point where Mort the Wart lost his nerve and kept remaining few to protect himself, while he sent frantic messages earthside, none of which got through. I wiggled out of Prof's discipline and took a laser gun when second capsule of Peace Dragoons was due. I burned 2 goons, found Bloodlust gone, and let other snipers have rest of squad. Too easy. They would stick heads up out of hatch, and that would be that. Half of squad would not come out, until smoked out, and it died with rest. By that time I was back at my advanced post at Fon. Warden's decision to hole up caused trouble at Complex. Alvarez was killed, and so was Goon CO, and 2 of original Yellow Jackets. But a mixed lot of Dragoons and Yellows, 13, hauled up with Mort, or perhaps were already with him. Mike's ability to follow events by listening was spotty, but once it seemed clear that all armed defectives were inside Warden's residence, Prof ordered Mike to start next phase. Mike turned out all lights in Complex, save those in Warden's residence, and reduced oxygen to gasping point. Not killing point, but low enough to ensure that anyone looking for trouble would not be in shape. But in residence, oxygen supply was cut to 0, leaving pure nitrogen, and left that way 10 minutes. At end of that time, Finn's men, waiting in pea suits at Warden's private tube station, broke latch on airlock and went in shoulder to shoulder. Luna was ours. Book 2. A Rabble in Arms. 14. So, a wave of patriotism swept over our new nation and unified it. Isn't that what histories say? Huh, oh brother. My dinkum word, preparing a revolution isn't as much haha as having won it. Here we were, in control too soon, nothing ready, and 1,000 things to do. Authority in Luna was gone, but lunar authority Earthside and federated nations behind it were very much alive. Had they landed 1 troopship, orbited 1 cruiser, any time next week or 2, could have taken Luna back cheap. We were a mob. No catapult had been tested, but canned rock missiles ready to go you could count on fingers of 1 hand. My left hand. Nor was catapult a weapon that could be used against ships, nor against troops. We had notions for fighting off ships. At the moment, were just notions. We had a few hundred cheap laser guns stockpiled in Hong Kong Luna. Chinese engineers are smart, but few men trained to use them. Moreover, authority had useful functions, bought ice and grain, sold air and water and power, held ownership or control at a dozen key points. No matter what was done in future, wheels had to turn. Perhaps wrecking city offices of authority had been hasty. I thought so, as records were destroyed. However, Prof maintained that loonies, all loonies, needed a symbol to hate and destroy, and those offices were least valuable and most public. But Mike controlled communications, and that meant control of most everything. Prof had started with control of news to and from Earthside, leaving to Mike censorship and faking of news until we could get around to what to tell Terra, and added subphase M, which cut off Complex from rest of Luna, and with it Richardson Observatory and associated laboratories, Pierce Radioscope, Selena Physical Station, and so forth. These were a problem, as Terran scientists were always coming and going and staying as long as 6 months, stretching time by centrifuge. Most Terrans in Luna, save for a handful of tourists, 34, were scientists. Something had to be done about these Terrans, but meanwhile keeping them from talking to Terra was enough. For time being, Complex was cut off by phone, and Mike did not permit capsules to stop at any station in Complex, even after travel was resumed. Which it was as soon as Finn Nielsen and squad were through with dirty work. Turned out Warden was not dead, nor had we planned to kill him. Prof figured that a live Warden could always be made dead, whereas a dead one could not be made alive if we needed him. So, plan was to half kill him, make sure he and his guards could put up no fight, then break in fast while Mike restored oxygen. With fans turning at top speed, Mike computed it would take 4 minutes and a bit to reduce oxygen to effective 0. So, 5 minutes of increasing hypoxia, 5 minutes of anoxia, then force lower lock while Mike shut in pure oxygen to restore balance. This should not kill anyone, but would knock out a person as thoroughly as anesthesia. Hazard to attackers would come from some or all of those inside having pea-suits, but even that might not matter. Hypoxia is sneaky. You can pass out without realizing you are short on oxygen. Is new chum's favorite fatal mistake. So Warden lived through it, and 3 of his women. But Warden, though he lived, was no use. Brain had been oxygen-starved too long. A vegetable. No guard recovered, even though younger than he. Would appear anoxia broke necks. In rest of Complex nobody was hurt. Once lights were on, and oxygen restored, they were okay, including 6 rapist murderers under lock in barracks. Finn decided that shooting was too good for them, so he went judge and used his squad as jury. They were stripped, hamstrung at ankles and wrists, turned over to women in Complex. Makes me sick to think about what happened next, but don't suppose they lived through as long an ordeal as Mary Lyons endured. Women are amazing creatures. Sweet, soft, gentle, and far more savage than we are. Let me mention those Sphinx spies out of order. Weil had been fiercely ready to eliminate them, but when we got around to them, she had lost stomach. I expected Prof to agree, but he shook head. No, dear Weil. Much as I deplore violence, there are only 2 things to do with an enemy. Kill him, or make a friend of him. Anything in between piles up trouble for the future. A man who thinks on his friends once will do it again. And we have a long period ahead in which a think can be dangerous. They must go, and publicly, to cause others to be thoughtful. Weil said, Professor, you once said that if you condemned a man, you would eliminate him personally. Is that what you were going to do? Yes, dear lady, and no. Their blood shall be on my hands. I accept responsibility. But I have in mind a way more likely to discourage other thinks. So, Adam Celine announced that these persons had been employed by Juan Alvarez, late security chief for former authority, as undercover spies, and gave names and addresses. Adam did not suggest that anything be done. One man remained on Dodge for 7 months by changing warrants and names. Then, early in 77, his body was found outside Novelin's lock, but most of them lasted no more than hours. During first hours after coup d'etat, we were faced with a problem we had never managed to plan. Adam Celine himself. Who is Adam Celine? Where is he? This is his revolution. He handled every detail. Every comrade knows his voice. We're out in open now. So where is Adam? We batted it around much of that night, in room L of Raffles. Argued it between decisions on 100 things that came up, and people wanted to know what to do, while Adam, through other voices, handled other decisions that did not require talk, composed phony news to send Earthside, kept complex isolated, many things. Is no possible doubt. Without Mike, we could not have taken Luna, nor held it. My notion was that Prof should become Adam. Prof was always our planner and theoretician. Everybody knew him. Some key comrades knew that he was Comrade Bill, and all others knew and respected Professor Bernardo de la Paz. My word, he had taught half of leading citizens in Luna City, many from other warrens, was known to every VIP in Luna. No, said Prof. Why not? Asked Wyo. Prof, you're opted. Tell him, Mike. Comment reserved, said Mike. I want to hear what Prof has to say. I say you've analyzed it, Mike, Prof answered. Wyo, dearest comrade, I would not refuse were it possible, but there is no way to make my voice match that of Adam, and every comrade knows Adam by his voice. Mike made it memorable for that very purpose. We then considered whether Prof could be slipped in anyhow, showing him only on video and letting Mike reshape whatever Prof said into voice expected from Adam. Was turned down. Too many people knew Prof, had heard him speak. His voice and way of speaking could not be reconciled with Adam. Then they considered some possibility for me. My voice and Mike's were baritone, and not too many people knew what I sounded like over phone, and none over video. I trumped on it. People were going to be surprised enough to find me one of our chairman's lieutenants. They would never believe I was number one. I said, let's combine deals. Adam has been a mystery all along. Keep him that way. He'll be seen only over video, in a mask. Prof, you supply body. Mike, you supply voice. Prof shook head. I can think of no surer way to destroy confidence in our most critical period than by having a leader who wears a mask. No, Manny. We talked about finding an actor to play it. We're no professional actors in Luna then, but we're good amateurs in Luna civic players, and in Nove Bolshoi Teatra associates. No, said Prof. Aside from finding an actor of requisite character, one who would not decide to be Napoleon, we can't wait. Adam must start handling things no later than tomorrow morning. In that case, I said, you've answered it. Have to use Mike and never put him on video. Radio only. Have to figure excuse, but Adam must never be seen. I'm forced to agree, said Prof. Man, my oldest friend, said Mike, why do you say that I can't be seen? Haven't you listened? I said. Mike, we have to show a face and body on video. You have a body, but it's several tons of metal. A face you don't have, lucky you, don't have to shave. But what's to keep me from showing a face, man? I'm showing a voice this instant, but there's no sound behind it. I can show a face the same way. Was so taken aback I didn't answer. I stared at video screen. installed when we leased that room. A pulse is a pulse is a pulse. Electrons chasing each other. To Mike, whole world was variable series of electrical pulses, sent or received or chasing around his innards. I said, "No, Mike." "Why not, man?" "Because you can't. Voice you handle beautifully. Involves only a few thousand decisions a second. A slow crawl to you. But to build up video picture would require, say, 10 million decisions every second. Mike, you're so fast I can't even think about it. But you aren't that fast." Mike said softly, "Want to bet, man?" Wyo said indignantly, "Of course Mike can if he says he can. Manny, you shouldn't talk that way." Myo thinks an electron is something about size and shape of a small pea. "Mike," I said slowly, "I won't put money on it." "Okay, want to try? Shall I switch on video?" "I can switch it on," he answered. "Sure you'll get the right one? Wouldn't do to have this show somewhere else." He answered testily, "I'm not stupid. Now let me be, man, for I admit this is going to take just about all I've got." We waited in silence. Then screen showed neutral gray, with a hint of scan lines. Went black again, then a faint light filled middle, and congealed into cloudy areas light and dark. Ellipsoid. Not a face, but suggestion of face that one sees in cloud patterns covering Terra. It cleared a little, and reminded me of pictures alleged to be ectoplasm, a ghost of a face. Suddenly firmed, and we saw Adam Celine. Was a still picture of a mature man, no background, just a face as if trimmed out of a print. Yet was, to me, Adam Celine. Could not be anybody else. Then he smiled, moved lips and jaw, and touched tongue to lips, a quick gesture. And I was frightened. "How do I look?" he asked. "Adam," said Wyo, "your hair isn't that curly, and it should go back on each side above your forehead. You look as if you were wearing a wig, dear." Mike corrected it. "Is that better?" "Not quite so much. And don't you have dimples? I was sure I could hear dimples when you chuckle, like Prof's." Mike Adams smiled again. This time he had dimples. "How should I be dressed, Wyo?" "Are you at your office?" "I'm still at office. Have to be tonight." Background turned gray, then came into focus in color. A wall calendar behind him gave date. Tuesday, 19 May, 2076. A clock showed correct time. Near his elbow was a carton of coffee. On desk was a solid picture. A family group. 2 men, a woman, 4 children. Was background noise. Muted roar of Old Dome Plaza louder than usual. I heard shouts and in distance someone singing. Simon's version of Marseillaise. Off-screen, Jean Wallace's voice said, "Господин?" Adam turned toward it. "I'm busy, Albert," he said patiently. "No calls from anyone but Cell B. You handle everything else." He looked back at us. "Well, Wyo, suggestions? Proof? Man, my doubting friend, will I pass?" I rubbed eyes. "Mike, can you cook?" "Certainly, but I don't. I'm married." "Adam," said Wyo, "how can you look so neat after the day we've had?" "I don't let little things worry me." He looked at Proof. "Professor, if the picture is okay, let's discuss what I'll say tomorrow. I was thinking of preempting the 800 newscast, have it announced all night, and pass the word down the cells." We talked the rest of the night. I sent up for coffee twice, and Mike Adam had his carton renewed. When I ordered sandwiches, he asked Jinwala to send out for some. I caught a glimpse of Albert Ginwala in profile. A typical Babu, polite and faintly scornful. Hadn't known what he looked like. Mike ate while we ate, sometimes mumbling around a mouthful of food. When I asked, professional interest, Mike told me that, after he had picture built up, he had programmed most of it for automatic and gave his attention just to facial expressions. But soon I forgot it was fake. Mike Adam was talking with us by video, was all. Much more convenient than by phone. By 0300, we had policy settled. Then Mike rehearsed speech. Prof found points he wanted to add. Mike made revisions. Then we decided to get some rest. Even Mike Adam was yawning. Although in fact Mike held fort all through night. Guarding transmissions to Terra, keeping complex walled off, listening at many phones. Prof and I shared big bed, Weil stretched out on couch. I whistled lights out. For once we slept without weights. While we had breakfast, Adam Celine addressed Free Luna. He was gentle, strong, warm, and persuasive. Citizens of Free Luna, friends, comrades, to those of you who do not know me, let me introduce myself. I am Adam Celine, chairman of the Emergency Committee of Comrades for Free Luna. Now of Free Luna. We are free, at last. The so-called authority which has long usurped power in this our home has been overthrown. I find myself temporary head of such government as we have, the Emergency Committee. Shortly, as quickly as can be arranged, you will opt your own government. Adam smiled and made a gesture inviting help. In the meantime, with your help, I shall do my best. We will make mistakes. Be tolerant. Comrades, if you have not revealed yourselves to friends and neighbors, it is time you did so. Citizens, requests may reach you through your comrade neighbors. I hope you will comply willingly. It will speed the day when I can bow out and life can get back to normal. A new normal, free of the authority, free of guards, free of troops stationed on us, free of passports and searches and arbitrary arrests. There has to be a transition. To all of you, please go back to work. Resume normal lives. To those who worked for the authority, the need is the same. Go back to work. Wages will go on. Your jobs stay the same, until we can decide what is needed, what happily no longer is needed now that we are free, and what must be kept but modified. You new citizens, transportees sweating out sentences pronounced on you Earthside, you are free. Your sentences are finished. But in the meantime, I hope that you will go on working. You are not required to. The days of coercion are gone. But you are urged to. You are, of course, free to leave the complex, free to go anywhere. And capsule service to and from the complex will resume at once. But before you use your new freedom to rush into town, let me remind you, there is no such thing as a free lunch. You are better off for the time being where you are. The food may not be fancy, but will continue hot and on time. To take on temporarily those necessary functions of the defunct authority, I have asked the general manager of Lunoho Company to serve. This company will provide temporary supervision and will start analyzing how to do away with the tyrannical parts of the authority and how to transfer the useful parts to private hands. So please help them. To you citizens of Terran nations among us, scientists and travelers and others, greetings. You are witnessing a rare event, the birth of a nation. Birth means blood and pain. There has been some. We hope it is over. You will not be inconvenienced unnecessarily, and your passage home will be arranged as soon as possible. Conversely, you are welcome to stay, still more welcome to become citizens. But for the present I urge you to stay out of the corridors. Avoid incidents that might lead to unnecessary blood, unnecessary pain. Be patient with us, and I urge my fellow citizens to be patient with you. Scientists from Terra, at the observatory and elsewhere, go on with your work and ignore us. Then you won't even notice that we are going through the pangs of creating a new nation. One thing, I am sorry to say that we are temporarily interfering with your right to communicate with Earthside. This we do from necessity. Censorship will be lifted as quickly as possible. We hate it as much as you do. Adam added one more request. Don't try to see me, comrades, and phone me only if you must. All others, write if you need to. Your letters will receive prompt attention. But I am not twins. I got no sleep last night and can't expect much tonight. I can't address meetings, can't shake hands, can't meet delegations. I must stick to this desk and work, so that I can get rid of this job and turn it over to your choice. He grinned at them. Expect me to be as hard to see as Simon Jester. It was a 15-minute cast, but that was essence. Go back to work, be patient, give us time. Those scientists gave us almost no time. I should have guessed. Was sort of my pigeon. All communication Earthside channeled through Mike, but those brain boys had enough electronic equipment to stock a warehouse. Once they decided to, it took them only hours to breadboard a rig that could reach Terra. Only thing that saved us was a fellow traveler who thought Luna should be free. He tried to phone Adam Celine, wound up talking to one of a squad of women we had co-opted from C and D level. A system thrown together in self-defense as, despite Mike's request, half of Luna tried to phone Adam Celine after that videocast. Everything from requests and demands to busybodies who wanted to tell Adam how to do his job. After about 100 calls got routed to me through too much zeal by a comrade in phone company, we set up this buffer squad. Happily, comrade lady who took this call recognized that sue them down doctrine did not apply. She phoned me. Minutes later, myself and Finn Nielsen, plus some eager guns, headed by capsule for laboratory area. Our informant was scared to give name, but had told me where to find transmitter. We caught them transmitting, and only fast action on Finn's part kept them breathing. His boys were itchy. But we did not want to make an example. Finn and I had settled on that way out. It's hard to frighten scientists. Their minds don't work that way. Have to get at them from other angles. I kicked that transmitter to pieces and ordered director to have everyone assemble in mess hall and required roll call, where a phone could hear. Then I talked to Mike, got names from him, and said to director, Doctor, you told me they were all here. We're missing so-and-so. 7 names. Get them here. Missing Terrans had been notified, had refused to stop what they were doing. Typical scientists. Then I talked. Loonies on one side of room, Terrans on other. To Terrans I said, we tried to treat you as guests, but 3 of you tried and perhaps succeeded in sending message Earthside. I turned to director. Doctor, I could search Warren, surface structures, all labs, every space, and destroy everything that might be used for transmitter. I'm electron pusher by trade. I know what wide variety of components can be converted into transmitters. Suppose I destroy everything that might be useful for that, and being stupid, take no chance and smash anything I don't understand. What result? Would have thought I was about to kill his baby. He turned gray. That would stop every research, destroy priceless data, waste, I don't know how much. Call it $500 million. So I thought, could take all that gear instead of smashing, and let you go on best you can. That would be almost as bad. You must understand, Gaspadine, that when an experiment is interrupted... I know. Easier than moving anything, and maybe missing some, is to take you all to Complex and quarter you there.
This book is continued on Disc 7.
The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, by Robert Heinlein. Continued.
Disc 7.
Could take all that gear instead of smashing, and let you go on best you can. That would be almost as bad. You must understand, Господин, that when an experiment is interrupted... I know. Easier than moving anything, and maybe missing some, is to take you all to complex and quarter you there. We have what used to be Dragoon barracks, but that, too, would ruin experiments. Besides, where are you from, Doctor? Princeton, New Jersey? So, you've been here 5 months and no doubt exercising and wearing weights. Doctor, if we did that, you might never see Princeton again. If we move you, we'll keep you locked up. You'll get soft. If emergency goes on very long, you'll be a loony like it or not, and all your brainy help with you. A cocky chum stepped forward, one who had been sent for twice. You can't do this. It's against the law. What law, Господин? Some law back in your hometown? I turned. Finn, show him law. Finn stepped forward and placed the emission bell of gun at man's belly button. Thumb started to press down. Safety switched, I could see. I said, Don't kill him, Finn. Then went on, I will eliminate this man if that's what it takes to convince you. So watch each other. One more offense will kill all your chances of seeing home again, as well as ruining researches. Doctor, I warn you to find ways to keep check on your staff. I turned to loonies. Tovarashi, keep them honest. Work up on guard system. Don't take nonsense. Every earthworm is on probation. If you have to eliminate some, don't hesitate. I turned to the director. Doctor, any loony can go anywhere, anytime, even your bedroom. Your assistants are now your bosses, so far as security is concerned. If a loony decides to follow you, or anybody, into a WC, don't argue. He might be jumpy. I turned to loonies. Security first. You each work for some earthworm. Watch him. Split it among you, and don't miss anything. Watch him so close they can't build mousetrap, much less transmitter. If he interferes with work for them, don't worry. Wages will go on. Could see grins. Lab assistant was best job a loony could find those days, but they worked under earthworms who looked down on us, even ones who pretended and were oh so gracious. I let it go at that. When I had been phoned, I had intended to eliminate offenders, but Prof and Mike set me straight. Plan did not permit violence against Terrans that could be avoided. We set up ears, wide-band sensitive receivers, around lab area, since even most directorial rigs spill a little in neighborhood. And Mike listened on all phones in area. After that, we chewed nails and hoped. Presently we relaxed, as news up from Earthside showed nothing. They seemed to accept censored transmissions, without suspicion, and private and commercial traffic and authorities' transmissions all seemed routine. Meanwhile we worked, trying in days what should take months. We received one break in timing. No passenger ship was on Luna, and none was due until 7 July. We could have copped, suckered a ship's officer to dine with warden or something, then mounted guard on its senders or dismantled them. Could not have lifted without our help. In those days, one drain on ice was providing water for reaction mass. Was not much drain compared with grain shipments. One man ship a month was heavy traffic then, while grain lifted every day. What it did mean was that an incoming ship was not an insuperable hazard. Nevertheless, was lucky break. We were trying so hard to make everything look normal until we could defend ourselves. Grain shipments went on as before. One was catapulted almost as Finn's men were breaking into Warden's residence. And next went out on time, and all others. Neither oversight nor faking for interim, Prof knew what he was doing. Grain shipments were a big operation for a little country like Luna, and couldn't be changed in one semilunar. Bread and beer of too many people was involved. If our committee had ordered embargo and quit buying grain, we would have been chucked out, and a new committee with other ideas would have taken over. Prof said that an educational period was necessary. Meanwhile, grain barges catapulted as usual. Lunohoko kept books and issued receipts, using civil service personnel. Dispatches went out in Warden's name, and Mike talked to authority Earthside, using Warden's voice. Deputy Administrator proved reasonable, once he understood it upped his life expectancy. Chief Engineer stayed on job too. McIntyre was a real loony, given chance, rather than Fink by nature. Other department heads and minor stooges were no problem. Life went on as before, and we were too busy to unwind authority system and put useful parts up for sale. Over a dozen people turned up claiming to be Simon Jester. Simon wrote a rude verse disclaiming them, and had picture on front page of Lunatic, Pravda, and Gong. Weil let herself go blonde and made trip to see Greg at new catapult site. Then a longer trip, 10 days, to old home in Hong Kong Luna, taking Anna who wanted to see it. Weil needed a vacation, and Proof urged her to take it, pointing out that she was in touch by phone and that closer party contact was needed in Hong Kong. I took over her still Yagi with Slim and Hazel as my lieutenants. Bright, sharp kids I could trust. Slim was awed to discover that I was Comrade Bork, and saw Adam Celine every day. His party name started with G. Many a good team for other reasons too. Hazel suddenly started showing cushiony curves, and not all from Mimi's superb table. She had reached that point in her orbit. Slim was ready to change her name to Stone any time she was willing to opt. In meantime, he was anxious to do party work he could share with our fierce little redhead. Not everybody was willing. Many comrades turned out to be talk-talk soldiers. Still more thought war was over once we had eliminated peace goons and captured Warden. Others were indignant to learn how far down they were in party structure. They wanted to elect a new structure, themselves at top. Adam received endless calls proposing this or something like it. Would listen, agree, assure them that their services must not be wasted by waiting for election, and refer them to Proof or me. Can't recall any of these ambitious people who amounted to anything when I tried to put them to work. Was endless work, and nobody wanted to do it. Well, a few. Some best volunteers were people party never located. But in general, loonies in and out of party had no interest in patriotic work, unless well paid. A chum who claimed to be a party member was not. Spragged me in Raffles, where we set up headquarters, and wanted me to contract for 50,000 buttons to be worn by pre-coup veterans of revolution. A small profit for him. I estimate 400% markup. Easy dollars for me. A fine thing for everybody. When I brushed him off, he threatened to denounce me to Adam Celine. A very good friend of mine, I'll have you know. For sabotage. That was help we got. What we needed was something else. Needed steel at New Catapult, and plenty. Prof asked if really necessary to put steel around rock missiles. I had to point out that an induction field won't grab bare rock. We needed to relocate Mike's ballistic radars at old site and install Doppler radar at new site. Both jobs because we could expect attacks from space at old site. We called for volunteers. Got only 2 who could be used. I needed several hundred mechanics who did not mind hard work in pea suits. So, we hired. Paid what we had to. Lunohoko went into hock to Bank of Hong Kong Luna. It was no time to steal that much, and most funds had to be transferred Earthside to Stu. A dinkum comrade, Fu Moses Morris, co-signed much paper to keep us going, and wound up broke and started over with a little tailoring shop in Kongville. That was later. Authority script dropped from 3-1 to 17-1 after coup, and civil service people screamed, as Mike was still paying in authority checks. We said they could stay on or resign. Then those we needed, we rehired with Hong Kong dollars, but created a large group not on our side from then on. They longed for good old days and were ready to stab new regime. Grain farmers and brokers were unhappy because payment at Catapult had continued to be authority scrip at same old fixed prices. "We won't take it," they cried. And Lunar Hoko man would shrug and tell them they didn't have to, but this grain still went to authority Earthside, and did. And authority scrip was all they would get. So, take check, or load your grain back in Rolligan, and get it out of here. Most took it. All grumbled, and some threatened to get out of grain and start growing vegetables or fibers or something that brought Hong Kong dollars. And Proof smiled. We needed every drill man in Luna, especially ice miners who owned heavy-duty laser drills, as soldiers. We needed them so badly that, despite being shy one wing and rusty, I considered joining up, even though it takes muscles to wrestle a big drill, and prosthetic just isn't muscle. Prof told me not to be a fool. Dodge we had in mind would not work well Earthside. A laser beam carrying heavy power works best in vacuum, but there it works just dandy for whatever range its collimation is good for. These big drills, which he had carved through rock, seeking pockets of ice, were now being mounted as artillery to repel space attacks. Both ships and missiles have electronic nervous systems, and does electronic gear no good to blast it with upteen joules placed in a tight beam. If target is pressured, as manned ships are and most missiles, all it takes is to burn a hole, depressure it. If not pressured, a heavy laser beam can still kill it, burn eyes, louse guidance, spoil anything depending on electronics, as most everything does. An H-bomb with circuitry ruined is not a bomb. It's just big tub of lithium deuteride that can't do anything but crash. A ship with eyes gone is a derelict, not a warship. Sounds easy. Is not. Those laser drills were never meant for targets 1,000 kilometers away, or even one, and was no quick way to rig their cradles for accuracy. Gunner had to have guts to hold fire until last few seconds on a target headed at him maybe 2 kilometers per second. But was best we had. So, we organized 1st and 2nd Volunteer Defense Gunners of Free Luna, 2 regiments, so that 1st could snub Lola's 2nd, and 2nd could be jealous of 1st. 1st got older men, 2nd got young and eager. Having called them volunteers, we hired in Hong Kong dollars, and was no accident that ice was paid for in controlled market in waste paper authority scrip. On top of all, we were talking up a war scare. Adam Celine talked over video, reminding that authority was certain to try to regain its tyranny, and we had only days to prepare. Papers quoted him and published stories of their own. We had made special effort to recruit newsmen before coup. People were urged to keep pea suits always near and to test pressure alarms in homes. A volunteer civil defense corps was organized in each warren. What with moonquakes always with us, each warren's pressure co-op always had sealing crews ready at any hour. Even with silicone stay-soft and fiberglass, any warren leaks. In Davis Tunnel, our boys did maintenance on seal every day. But now we recruited hundreds of emergency sealing crews, mostly still Yagi, drilled them with fake emergencies, had them stay in pea suits with helmets open when on duty. They did beautifully. But idiots made fun of them. Play soldiers. Adam's Little Apples. Other names. A team was going through a drill, showing they could throw a temporary lock around one that had been damaged, and one of these pinheads stood by and rode them loudly. Civil defense team went ahead, completed temporary lock, tested it with helmets closed. It held. Came out, grabbed this joker, took him through the temporary lock, and out into zero pressure. Dumped him. Belittlers kept opinions to themselves after that. Prof thought we ought to send out a gentle warning not to eliminate so peremptorily. I opposed it, and got my way. Could see no better way to improve breed. Certain types of loudmouthism should be a capital offense among decent people. But our biggest headaches were self-anointed statesmen. Did I say that loonies are non-political? They are, when it comes to doing anything, but doubt if was ever a time two loonies over a liter of beer did not swap loud opinions about how things ought to be run. As mentioned, these self-appointed political scientists tried to grab Adam Celine's ear. But Prof had a place for them. Each was invited to take part in Ad Hoc Congress for Organization of Free Luna, which met in Community Hall in Luna City. Then resolved to stay in session until work was done. A week in El City, a week in Novolin, then Hong Kong, and start over. All sessions were in video. Prof presided over first, and Adam Celine addressed them by video and encouraged them to do a thorough job. History is watching you. I listened to some sessions, then cornered Prof and asked what in Bog's name was he up to. Thought you didn't want any government. Have you heard those nuts since you turned them loose? He smiled, most dimply smile. What's troubling you, Manuel? Many things were troubling me. With me breaking heart trying to round up heavy drills and men who could treat them as guns, these idlers had spent an entire afternoon discussing immigration. Some wanted to stop it entirely. Some wanted to tax it, high enough to finance government, when 99 out of 100 loonies had to be dragged to the rock. Some wanted to make it selective by ethnic ratios. Wondered how they would count me. Some wanted to limit it to females until we were 50-50. That had produced a Scandinavian shout, "Ja, Cobber! Tell 'em send us whores! Thousands and thousands of whores! I marry 'em, I betcha!" Was most sensible remark all afternoon. Another time they argued, time. Sure, Greenwich time bears no relation to lunar, but why should it when we live underground? Show me a loony who can sleep 2 weeks and work 2 weeks. Lunars don't fit our metabolism. What was urged was to make a lunar exactly equal to 28 days instead of 29 days, 12 hours, 44 minutes, 2.78 seconds. And do this by making days longer, and hours, minutes, and seconds, thus making each semilunar exactly 2 weeks. Sure, lunar is necessary for many purposes. Controls when we go up on surface, why we go, and how long we stay. But, aside from throwing us out of gear with our only neighbor, had that wordy vacuum skull thought what this would do to every critical figure in science and engineering? As an electronics man, I shuddered. Throw away every book, table, instrument, and start over? I know that some of my ancestors did that in switching from Old English units to MKS, but they did it to make things easier. 14 inches to a foot, and some odd number of feet to a mile? Ounces and pounds? Ugh, bog. Made sense to change that. But why go out of your way to create confusion? Somebody wanted a committee to determine exactly what loony language is. Then fine everybody who talked Earthside English or other language. Huh, my people. I read tax proposals in Lunatic. 4 sorts of single taxers. A cubic tax that would penalize a man if he extended tunnels. A head tax. Everybody pays same. Income tax. Like to see anyone figure income of Davis family or try to get information out of mom. And an air tax, which was not fees we paid then, but something else. Hadn't realized Free Luna was going to have taxes. Hadn't had any before, and got along. You paid for what you got. Turnstoffel. How else? Another time some pompous chum proposed that bad breath and body odors be made an elimination offense. Could almost sympathize, having been stuck on occasion in a capsule with such things. But doesn't happen often, and tends to be self-correcting. Chronic offenders, or unfortunates who can't correct, aren't likely to reproduce, seeing how choosy women are. One female, most were men, but women made up for it in silliness, had a long list she wanted made permanent laws about private matters. No more plural marriage of any sort. No divorces. No Fornication. Had to look that one up. No drinks stronger than 4% beer. Church services only on Saturdays, and all else to stop that day. Air and temperature and pressure engineering, lady? Phones and capsules? A long list of drugs to be prohibited, and a shorter list dispensed only by licensed physicians. What is a licensed physician? Healer I go to has a sign reading Practical Doctor. Makes book on side, which is why I go to him. Look, lady, aren't any medical schools in Luna. Then, I mean. She even wanted to make gambling illegal. If a loony couldn't roll double or nothing, he would go to a shop that would, even if dice were loaded. Thing that got me was not her list of things she hated, since she was obviously crazy as a cyborg, but fact that always somebody agreed with her prohibitions. Must be a yearning deep in human heart to stop other people from doing as they please. Rules, laws, always for other fellow. A murky part of us, something we had before we came down out of trees, and failed to shuck when we stood up. Because not one of those people said, "Please pass this so I won't be able to do something I know I should stop." Нет, товарищи. Was always something they hated to see neighbors doing. Stop them for their own good, not because speaker claimed to be harmed by it. Listening to that session, I was almost sorry we got rid of Mort the Wart. He stayed holed up with his women and didn't tell us how to run private lives. But Prof didn't get excited. He went on smiling. Manuel, do you really think that mob of retarded children can pass any laws? You told them to. Urged them to. My dear Manuel, I was simply putting all my nuts in one basket. I know those nuts. I've listened to them for years. I was very careful in selecting their committees. They all have built-in confusion. They will quarrel. The chairman I forced on them while letting them elect him is a ditherer who could not unravel a piece of string. Thinks every subject needs more study. I almost needn't have bothered. More than 6 people cannot agree on anything. 3 is better, and 1 is perfect for a job that 1 can do. This is why parliamentary bodies all through history, when they accomplished anything, owed it to a few strong men who dominated the rest. Never fear, son. This ad hoc Congress will do nothing. Or if they pass something through sheer fatigue, it will be so loaded with contradictions that it will have to be thrown out. In the meantime, they are out of our hair. Besides, there is something we need them for, later. I thought you said they could do nothing. They won't do this. 1 man will write it, a dead man. And late at night, when they are very tired, they'll pass it by acclamation. Who's this dead man? You don't mean Mike? No, no. Mike is far more alive than those yammerheads. The dead man is Thomas Jefferson, first of the rational anarchists, my boy, and one who almost managed to slip over his non-system through the most beautiful rhetoric ever written. But they caught him at it, which I hope to avoid. I cannot improve on his phrasing. I shall merely adapt it to Luna and the 21st century. Heard of him? Freed slaves, niet? One might say he tried, but failed. Never mind. How are the defenses progressing? I don't see how we can keep up the pretense past the arrival date of this next ship. Can't be ready, then. Mike says we must be. We weren't, but ship never arrived. Those scientists outsmarted me and loonies I had told to watch them. Was a rig at focal point of biggest reflector, and loony assistants believed double talk about astronomical purpose, a new wrinkle in radio telescopes. I suppose it was ultra-microwave, and stuff was bounced at reflector by a waveguide, and thus left scoped lined up nicely by mirror. Remarkably like early radar. And metal lattice work and foil heat shield of barrel stopped stray radiation. Thus ears I had staked out heard nothing. They put message across, their version, and in detail. First we heard was the man from authority to Warden to deny this hoax. Find hoaxer, put stop to it. So, instead, we gave them a Declaration of Independence. In Congress assembled, July 4th, 2076. Was beautiful. (15) Signing of Declaration of Independence went as Proof said it would. He sprang it on them at the end of a long day, announced a special session after dinner at which Adam Celine would speak. Adam read aloud, discussing each sentence, then read it without stopping, making music of sonorous phrases. People wept. Wyo, seated by me, was one, and I felt like it, even though had read it earlier. Then Adam looked at them and said, "The future is waiting. Mark well what you do," and turned meeting over to Prof, rather than usual chairman. Was 2200, and fight began. Sure, they were in favor of it. News all day had been jammed with what bad boys we were, how we were to be punished, taught a lesson, so forth. Not necessary to spice it up. Stuff from Earthside was nasty. Mike merely left out, on the other hand, opinions. If ever was a day when Luna felt unified, it was probably 2nd of July, 2076. So, they were going to pass it. Proof knew that before he offered it. But not as written.
Honorable Chairman, in second paragraph, that word unalienable is no such word, should be inalienable. And anyhow, wouldn't it be more dignified to say sacred rights rather than inalienable rights? I'd like to hear discussion on this.
That chum was almost sensible, merely a literary critic, which is harmless, like dead yeast left in beer. But, well, take that woman who hated everything. She was there with Liszt, read it aloud and moved to have it incorporated into Declaration.
So that the peoples of Terra will know that we are civilized and fit to take our places in the councils of mankind.
Prof not only let her get away with it, he encouraged her, letting her talk when other people wanted to, then blandly put her proposal to a vote, when hadn't even been seconded. Congress operated by rules they had wrangled over for days. Prof was familiar with rules, but followed them only as suited him. She was voted down in a shout, and left. Then somebody stood up and said, of course that long list didn't belong in Declaration, but shouldn't we have general principles? Maybe a statement that Luna, Free State guaranteed freedom, equality, and security to all? Nothing elaborate, just those fundamental principles that everybody knew was proper purpose of government. True enough, and let's pass it. But must read freedom, equality, peace, and security. Right, comrade? They wrangled over whether freedom included free air, or was that part of security. Why not be on safe side and list free air by name? Move to amend to make it free air and water, because you didn't have freedom or security unless you had both air and water. Air, water, and food? Air, water, food, and cubic. Air, water, food, cubic, and heat. No, make heat read power, and you had it all covered. Everything. Cobber, have you lost your mind? That's far from everything, and what you left out is an affront to all womankind. Step outside and say that. Let me finish. We've got to tell them right from deal that we will permit no more ships to land unless they carry at least as many women as men. At least, I said, and I for one won't shop it unless it sets immigration issues straight. Prof never lost dimples. Began to see why Prof had slept all day and was not wearing weights. Me? I was tired, having spent all day in pea suit out beyond Catapult Head, cutting in last of relocated ballistic radars. And everybody was tired. By midnight, crowd began to thin, convinced that nothing would be accomplished that night, and bored by any yammer not their own. Was later than midnight when someone asked why this declaration was dated 4th when today was 2nd. Prof said mildly that it was July 3rd now. and it seemed unlikely that our declaration could be announced earlier than 4th, and that July 4th carried historical symbolism that might help. Several people walked out at the announcement that probably nothing would be settled until 4th of July. But I began to notice something. Hall was filling as fast as was emptying. Finn Nielsen slid into a seat that had just been vacated. Comrade Clayton from Hong Kong showed up, pressed my shoulder, smiled at Wyo, found a seat. My youngest lieutenants, Slim and Hazel, I spotted down front, and was thinking I must alibi Hazel by telling Mom I had kept her out on party business, when was amused to see Mom herself next to them. And Sidris, and Greg, who was supposed to be at New Catapult. Looked around and picked out a dozen more. Night editor of Lunaya Pravda, general manager of Luno Hoko, others, and each one a working comrade. Began to see that Prof had stacked deck. That Congress never had a fixed membership. These dinkum comrades had as much right to show up as those who had been talking a month. Now they sat and voted down amendments. About 300, when I was wondering how much more I could take, someone brought a note to Prof. He read it, banged the gavel, and said, "Adam Celine begs your indulgence. Do I hear unanimous consent?" So, screen back of rostrum lighted up again, and Adam told them that he had been following debate and was warmed by many thoughtful and constructive criticisms. But could he make a suggestion? Why not admit that any piece of writing was imperfect? If this declaration was, in general, what they wanted, why not postpone perfection for another day, and pass this as it stands? Honorable Chairman, I so move. They passed it with a yell. Prof said, "Do I hear objection?" And waited, with gavel raised. A man who had been talking when Adam had asked to be heard said, "Well, I still say that's a dangling participle, but okay, leave it in." Prof banged gavel. "So ordered." Then we filed up and put our chops on a big scroll that had been sent over from Adam's office, and I noticed Adam's chop on it. I signed right under Hazel. Child now could write, although still short on book learning. Her chop was shaky, but she wrote it large and proud. Comrade Clayton signed his party name, real name in letters, and Japanese chop. 3 little pictures, one above other. 2 comrades chopped with X's and had them witnessed. All party leaders were there that night, morning. All chopped it, and not more than a dozen yammerers stuck. But those who did put their chops down for history to read, and thereby committed their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors. While Q was moving slowly past and people were talking, Prof banged for attention. "I ask for volunteers for a dangerous mission. This declaration will go on the news channels, but must be presented in person to the Federated Nations on Terra." That put stop to noise. Prof was looking at me. I swallowed and said, I volunteer." Wyo echoed, "So do I." And little Hazel Mead said, "Me too." In moments were a dozen, from Finn Nielsen to Gospodin dangling participle. Turned out to be good cobbler aside from his fetish. Prof took names, murmured something about getting in touch as transportation became available. I got Prof aside and said, "Look, Prof, you too tired to track? You know ship for 7th was cancelled. Now they're talking about slapping embargo on us. Next ship they lift for Luna will be a warship. How you planning to travel, as prisoner?" "Oh, we won't use their ships." "So? Going to build one? Any idea how long that takes? If could build one at all, which I doubt." "Manuel, Mike says it's necessary, and has it all worked out." I did know Mike said it was necessary. He had rerun problems soon as we learned that bright laddies at Richardson had snuck one home. He now gave us only one chance in 53, with imperative need for Prof to go Earthside. But I'm not one to worry about impossibilities. I had spent day working to make that one chance in 53 turn up. Mike will provide the ship, Prof went on. He has completed its design, and it is being worked on. He has? It is? Since when is Mike engineer? Isn't he? Asked Prof. I started to answer. Shut up. Mike had no degrees, simply knew more engineering than any man alive. Or about Shakespeare's plays, or riddles, or history. Name it. Tell me more. Manuel will go to Terra as a load of grain. What? Who's we? You and myself. The other volunteers are merely decorative. I said, Look, Prof, I've stuck. Worked hard when whole thing seems silly. Won these weights, got 'em on now, on chance I might have to go to that dreadful place. But contracted to go in a ship, with at least a suborg pilot to help me get down safely. Did not agree to go as meteorite. He said, Very well, Manuel, I believe in free choice. Always. Your alternate will go. My... who? Comrade Wyoming. So far as I know, she is the only other person in training for the trip, other than a few Terrans. So, I went. But talk to Mike first. He said, patiently, Man, my first friend, there isn't a thing to worry about. You are scheduled load KM-187, Series 76, and you'll arrive in Bombay with no trouble. But to be sure, and I reassure you, I selected that barge because it will be taken out of parking orbit and landed when India is faced toward me. And I've added an override so that I can take you away from ground control if I don't like the way they handle you. Trust me, man. It has all been thought through. Even the decision to continue shipments when security was broken was part of this plan. Might have told me. There was no need to worry you. Professor had to know, and I've kept in touch with him. But you are going simply to take care of him and back him up. Do his job if he dies, a factor on which I can give you no reassurance. I sighed. Okay, but Mike, surely you don't think you can pilot the barge into a soft landing at this distance? Speed of light alone would trip you. Man, don't you think I understand ballistics? For the orbital position, then, from query through reply and then to command received is under 4 seconds, and you can rely on me not to waste microseconds. Your maximum parking orbit travel in 4 seconds is only 32 kilometers, diminishing asymptotically to 0 at landing. My reflexive time will be effectively less than that of a pilot in a manual landing because I don't waste time grasping a situation and deciding on correct action. So my maximum is 4 seconds, but my effective reflex time is much less, as I project and predict constantly, see ahead, program it out. In effect, I'll stay 4 seconds ahead of you in your trajectory and respond instantly. That steel can doesn't even have an altimeter. It does now. Man, please believe me. I've thought of everything. The only reason I've ordered this extra equipment is to reassure you. Pune Ground Control hasn't made a bobble in the last 5,000 loads. For a computer, it's fairly bright. Okay. Mike, how hard do they splash these bleeding barges? What G? Not high, man. 10 gravities in injection, then that programs down to a steady soft 4 Gs, then you'll be nudged again between 6 and 5 Gs just before splash. The splash itself is gentle, equal to a fall of 50 meters, and you enter ogive first with no sudden shock, less than 3 Gs. Then you surface and splash again, lightly, and simply float at 1 G. Man, those barge shells are built as lightly as possible for economy's sake. We can't afford to toss them around, or they would split their seams. How sweet. Mike, What would 6 to 5 Gs do to you? Split your seams? I conjecture that I was subjected to about 6 gravities when they shipped me up here. 6 gravities in my present condition would shear many of my essential connections. However, I'm more interested in the extremely high transient accelerations I'm going to experience from shock waves when Terra starts bombing us. Data are insufficient for prediction, but I may lose control of my outlying functions, man. This could be a major factor in any tactical situation. Mike, you really think they're going to bomb us? Count on it, man. That is why this trip is so important. Left it at that, and went out to see this coffin. Should have stayed home. Ever looked at one of those silly barges? Just a steel cylinder with retro and guidance rockets, and radio transponder. Resembles a spaceship way a pair of pliers resembles my number 3 arm. They had this one cut open, and were outfitting our living quarters. No galley, no WC, no nothing. Why bother? We were going to be in it only 50 hours. Start empty so that you won't need to honey sack in your suit. Dispense with lounge and bar. You'll never be out of your suit. You'll be drugged and not caring. At least Prof would be drugged almost all time. I had to be alert at landing to try to get us out of this death trap if something went wrong, and nobody came along with a tin opener. They were building a shaped cradle in which backs of our pea suits would fit. We would be strapped into these holes, and stay there, clear to Terra. They seemed more concerned about making total mass equal to displaced wheat, and same center of gravity, and all moment arms adding up correctly, than they did about our comfort. Engineer in charge told me that even padding to be added inside our pea suits was figured in. Was glad to learn we were going to have padding. The soles did not look soft. Returned home in thoughtful condition. Lyle was not at dinner. Unusual. Greg was. More unusual. Nobody said anything about my being scheduled to imitate a falling rock next day, although all knew. But did not realize anything special was on until all next generation left table without being told. Then knew why Greg had not gone back to Mariundarum site after Congress adjourned that morning. Somebody had asked for a family talk. Mom looked around and said, "We're all here. Ali, shut that door. That's a dear. Grandpa, will you start us?" Our senior husband stopped nodding over coffee and firmed up. He looked down table and said strongly, "I see that we are all here. I see that children have been put to bed. I see that there is no stranger, no guest. I say that we are met in accordance with customs created by Black Jack Davis, our first husband, and Tilly, our first wife. If there is any matter that concerns safety and happiness of our marriage, haul it out in the light now. Don't let it fester. This is our custom." Grandpa turned to Mum and said softly, "Take it, Mimi," and slumped back into gentle apathy. But for a minute he had been strong, handsome, virile, dynamic man of days of my upping, and I thought with sudden tears how lucky I had been. Then didn't know whether I felt lucky or not. Only excuse I could see for a family talk was fact that I was due to be shipped earthside next day, labeled as grain. Could Mum be thinking of trying to set family against it? Nobody had to abide by results of a talk, but one always did. That was strength of our marriage. When it came down to issues, we stood together. Mimi was saying, "Does anyone have anything that needs to be discussed? Speak up, dears." Greg said, "I have." "We'll listen to Greg." Greg is a good speaker. Can stand up in front of a congregation and speak with confidence about matters I don't feel confident about even when alone. But not that he seemed anything but sure of himself. "Well, we've always tried to keep this marriage in balance. Some old, some young, a regular alternation, well-spaced, just as it was handed down to us. But we varied sometimes, for good reason. He looked at Ludmilla, and adjusted it later. He looked again at far end of table, at Frank and Ali, on each side of Ludmilla. Over years, as you can see from records, average age of husbands has been about 40, wives about 35, and that age spread was just what our marriage started with, nearly 100 years gone by, for Tilly was 15 when she opted blackjack, and he had just turned 20. Right now I find that average age of husbands is almost exactly 40, while average... Mimi said firmly, "Never mind arithmetic, Greg dear. Simply state it." I was trying to think who Greg could possibly mean. True, I had been much away during past year, and if did get home, was often after everybody was asleep. But he was clearly talking about marriage, and nobody ever proposes another wedding in our marriage without first giving everybody a long, careful chance to look prospect over. You just don't do it any other way. So, I'm stupid. Greg stuttered and said, "I propose Wyoming not." I said I was stupid. I understand machinery, and machinery understands me, but didn't claim to know anything about people. When I get to be senior husband, if live that long, I'm going to do exactly what Grandpa does with Mom. Let Sidris run it. Just same... Well, look, Wyo joined Greg's church. I like Greg, love Greg, and admire him. But you could never feed theology of his church through a computer and get anything but null. Wyo surely knew this, since she encountered it in adult years. Truthfully, I had suspected that Wyo's conversion was proof that she would do anything for our cause. But Wyo had recruited Greg even earlier, and had made most of trips out to New Site, easier for her to get away than me or Proof. Oh well, was taken by surprise. Should not have been. Mimi said, "Greg, do you have reason to think that Wyo would accept an opting from us?" "Yes." "Very well. We all know Wyo. I'm sure we've formed our opinions of her. I see no reason to discuss it, unless someone has something to say. Speak up." Was no surprise to Mom, but wouldn't be. Nor to anyone else either, since Mom never let a talk take place unless she was sure of outcome. But wondered why Mom was sure of my opinion, so certain that she had not felt me out ahead of time. And sat there in a soggy quandary, knowing I should speak up, knowing I knew something terribly pertinent which nobody else knew, or matter would never have gone this far. Something that didn't matter to me, but would matter to Mom and all our women. Sat there, miserable coward, and said nothing. Mom said, "Very well. Let's call the roll. Ludmilla?" "Me? Why, I love Wyo. Everybody knows that, sure." "Lenore, dear?" "Well, I may try to talk her into going back to being a brownie again. I think we set each other off, but that's her only fault, being blonder than I am. Da. Sidris?" "Thumbs up. Wyo is our kind of people." "Anna?" "I've something to say before I express my opinion, Mimi." "I don't think it's necessary, dear. Nevertheless, I'm going to haul it out in the open, just as Tilly always did according to our traditions. In this marriage, every wife has carried her load, given children to the family. It may come as a surprise to some of you to learn that Wyo has had 8 children. Certainly surprised Ali. His head jerked and jaw dropped. I stared at plate. Oh, Wyo, Wyo. How could I let this happen? Was going to have to speak up. And realized Anna was still speaking. So now she can have children of her own. The operation was successful, but she worries about possibility of another defective baby, unlikely as that is according to the head of the clinic in Hong Kong. So we'll just have to love her enough to make her quit fretting." "We will love her." Mum said serenely.
We do love her. Anna, are you ready to express opinion?
Hardly necessary, is it? I went to Hong Kong with her, held her hand while her tubes were restored. I opt Wyo.
In this family,
Mum went on,
we have always felt that our husbands should be allowed a veto. Odd of us, perhaps, but Tilly started it, and it has always worked well. Well, Grandpa?
Huh? What were you saying, my dear?
We are opting Wyoming, Господин Grandpa. Do you give consent?
What? Why, of course, of course. Very nice little girl. Say, whatever became of that pretty little afro, named something like that? She get mad at us?
Greg, I proposed it. Manuel, do you forbid this?
Me? Why, you know me, Mum.
I do. I sometimes wonder if you know you. Hans?
What would happen if I said no?
You'd lose some teeth, that's what,
Lenore said promptly.
Hans votes yes. Stop it, darlings,
Mum said with soft reproof.
Opting is a serious matter. Hans, speak up.
Da, yes, ja, oui, si. High time we had a pretty blonde in this. Ouch!
Stop it, Lenore. Frank?
Yes, Mum.
Ali, dear. Is it unanimous?
Lad blushed bright pink and couldn't talk. Nodded vigorously. Instead of appointing a husband and a wife to seek out selectee and propose opting for us, Mum sent Ludmilla and Anna to fetch Wyo at once, and turned out she was only as far away as Bantan. Nor was that only irregularity. Instead of setting a date and arranging a wedding party, our children were called in, and 20 minutes later Greg had his book open, and we did be taking vows, and I finally got it through my confused head that was being done with breakneck speed because of my date to break my neck next day. Not that it could matter save as symbol of my family's love for me, since a bride spent her first night with her senior husband, and second night and third I was going to spend out in space. But did matter anyhow, and when women started to cry during ceremony, I found self dripping tears right with them. Then I went to bed, alone, in workshop, once Wyo had kissed us and left on Grandpa's arm. Was terribly tired, and last 2 days had been hard. Thought about exercises, and decided it was too late to matter. Thought about calling Mike and asking him for news from Tara. Went to bed. Don't know how long had been asleep when realized was no longer asleep and somebody was in room.
Manuel?
Came soft whisper in dark. Huh? Wyo? You aren't supposed to be here, dear.
I am indeed supposed to be here, my husband. Mum knows I'm here, so does Greg, and Grandpa went right to sleep.
Oh. What time is?
About 400. Please, dear, may I come to bed?
What? Oh, certainly. Something I should remember. Oh, yes. Mike. Yes, man, he answered. Switch off, don't listen. If you want me, call me on family phone. So Wyo told me, man. Congratulations. Then her head was pillowed on my stump, and I put right arm around her. What are you crying about, Wyo?
I'm not crying. I'm just frightened silly that you won't come back.
16. Woke up scared silly in pitch darkness. Manuel! Didn't know which end was up. Manuel! It called again. Wake up! That brought me out some. Was signal intended to trigger me. Recalled being stretched on a table in infirmary at Complex, staring up at a light and listening to a voice while a drug dripped into my veins. But was 100 years ago. Endless time of nightmares. Unendurable pressure. Pain. Knew now what no end is up feeling was. Had experienced before. Free fall. Was in space. What had gone wrong? Had Mike dropped a decimal point? Or had he given in to childish nature and played a joke, not realizing would kill. Then why, after all years of pain, was I alive? Or was I? Was this normal way for ghosts to feel? Just lonely? Lost? Nowhere? "Wake up, Manuel! Wake up, Manuel!" "Oh, shut up," I snarled. "Button your filthy king on ace." Recording went on. I paid no attention. Where was that reeking light switch? No. Doesn't take a century of pain to accelerate to Luna's escape speed at 3 gravities. Merely feels so. 82 seconds. But it's one time when human nervous system feels every microsecond. 3 Gs is 18 grim times as much as a loony ought to weigh. Then discovered those vacuum skulls had not put arm back on. For some silly reason they had taken it off when they stripped me to prepare me, and I was loaded with enough don't worry and let's sleep pills not to protest. No haha had they put it on again, but that Draclic switch was on my left and sleeve of pea suit was empty. Spent next 10 years getting unstrapped with one hand, then a 20-year sentence floating around in dark before managed to find my cradle again, figured out which was head end, and from that hint locate switch by touch. That compartment was not over 2 meters in any dimension. This turns out to be larger than Old Dome in freefall and total darkness. Found it. We had light. And don't ask why that coffin did not have at least 3 lighting systems all working all time. Habit, probably. A lighting system implies a switch to control it, yet? Thing was built in 2 days. Should be thankful switch worked. Once I had light, cubic shrank to true claustrophobic dimensions, and 10% smaller, and I took a look at Prof. Dead, apparently. Well, he had every excuse. Envied him, but was now supposed to check his pulse and breathing, and such like, in case he had been unlucky and still had such troubles. And was again hampered, and not just by being one-armed. Grain load had been dried and depressured as usual before loading, but that cell was supposed to be pressured. Oh, nothing fancy, just a tank with air in it. Our pea suits were supposed to handle needs such as life's breath for those 2 days. But even best pea suit is more comfortable in pressure than in vacuum, and anyhow, I was supposed to be able to get at my patient. Could not. Did not need to open helmet to know this steel can had not stayed gas tight. Knew at once, naturally, from way pea suit felt. Oh, drugs I had for proof, heart stimulants and so forth, were in field ampules. Could jab them through his suit. But how to check heart and breathing? His suit was cheapest sort, sold for loony who rarely leaves Warren, had no readouts. His mouth hung open and eyes stared. A deader, I decided. No need to X-proof beyond that old lineman. Had eliminated himself. Tried to see pulse on throat. His helmet was in way. They had provided a program clock, which was mighty kind of them. Showed I had been out 44 plus hours, all to plan, and in 3 hours we should receive horrible booting to place us in parking orbit around Terra. Then, after 2 circums, call it 3 more hours, we should start injection into landing program. If Puna ground control didn't change its feeble mind and leave us in orbit. Remind itself that was unlikely. Grain is not left in vacuum longer than necessary. Has tendency to become puffed wheat or popped corn, which not only lowers value but can split those thin canisters like a melon. Wouldn't that be sweet? Why had they packed us in with grain? Why not just a load of rock that doesn't mind vacuum? Had time to think about that and to become very thirsty. Took nipple for half a mouthful, no more, because certainly did not want to take 6 Gs with a full bladder. Need not have worried, was equipped with catheter, but did not know. When time got short, I decided couldn't hurt Prof to give him a jolt of drug that was supposed to take him through heavy acceleration. Then, after in parking orbit, give him heart stimulant, since didn't seem as if anything could hurt him. Gave him first drug, then spent the rest of minutes struggling back into straps, one-handed. Was sorry I didn't know name of my helpful friend. Could have cursed him better. 10 Gs get you into parking orbit around Terra in a mere 3.26 times 10 to the 7th microseconds. Merely seems longer. 10 gravities being 60 times what a fragile sack of protoplasm should be asked to endure. Call it 33 seconds. My truthful word, I suspect my ancestress in Salem spent a worse half-minute day they made her dance. Gave Prof heart stimulant. Then spent 3 hours trying to decide whether to drug self as well as Prof for landing sequence. Decided against. All drug had done for me at catapulting had been to swap a minute and a half of misery and 2 days of boredom for a century of terrible dreams. And besides, if those last minutes were going to be my very last, I decided to experience them. Bad as they would be, they were my very own, and I would not give them up. They were bad. 6 Gs did not feel better than 10. Felt worse. 4 Gs, no relief. Then we were kicked harder. Then suddenly, just for seconds, in free fall again. Then came splash, which was not gentle, and which we took on straps, not pads, as we went in head first. Also, don't think Mac realized that after diving in hard, we would then surface and splash hard again before we damped down into floating. Earthworms call it floating, but is nothing like floating in freefall. You do it at 1 G, 6 times what is decent, and odd side motions tacked on. Very odd motions. Mac had assured us that solar weather was good, no radiation danger inside that Iron Maiden. But he had not been so interested in Earthside Indian Ocean weather. Prediction was acceptable for landing barges, and suppose he felt that was good enough. And I would have thought so too. Stomach was supposed to be empty, but I filled helmet with sourest, nastiest fluid you would ever go a long way to avoid. Then we turned completely over, and I got it in hair and eyes and some in nose. This is thing earthworms call seasickness, and is one of many horrors they take for granted. Won't go into long period during which we were towed into port. Let it stand that, in addition to seasickness, my air bottles were playing out. They were rated for 12 hours. Plenty for 50-hour orbit, most of which I was unconscious, and none involving heavy exercise, but not quite enough with some hours of towing added. By time barge finally held still, I was almost too dopey to care about trying to break out. Except for one fact. We were picked up, I think, and tumbled a bit, then brought to rest with me upside down. This is a no-good position at best under 1 gravity. Simply impossible when supposed to A. Unstrap self, B. Get out of suit-shaped cavity, C. Get loose a sledgehammer fastened with butterfly nuts to bulkhead, D. Smash same against breakaways guarding escape hatch, E. Batter way out, and F. Finally, drag an old man in a pea suit out after you. Didn't finish step A. Passed out, head downwards. Lucky this was emergency last resort routine. Stu Lejoie had been notified before we left. News services had been warned shortly before we landed. I woke up with people leaning over me. Passed out again. Woke up second time in hospital bed. Flat on back with heavy feeling in chest. Was heavy and weak all over. But not ill. Just tired. Bruised. Hungry, thirsty. Languid. Was a transparent plastic tent over bed, which accounted for fact I was having no trouble breathing. I at once was closed in on from both sides. A tiny Hindu nurse with big eyes on one side, Steward Lejoie another. He grinned at me. "Hi, Cabert. How do you feel?" I'm right. But oh bloody. What a way to travel. Prof says it's the only way. What a tough old boy he is. Hold it. Prof said Prof is dead. Not at all. Not in good shape. We've got him in a pneumatic bed with a round-the-clock watch, and more instruments wired into him than you would believe. But he is alive, and will be able to do his job. But truly, he didn't man the trip. He never knew about it, so he says. Went to sleep in one hospital, woke up in another. I thought he was wrong when he refused to let me wangle it to send a ship, but he was not. The publicity has been tremendous. I said slowly, You say Proof refused to let you send a ship? I should say, Chairman Celine refused. Didn't you see the dispatches, Manny? No. Too late to fight over it. But last few days have been busy. A dinkum word. Here too. Don't recall when I last dosed. You sound like a loony. I am a loony, Manny. Don't ever doubt it. But the sister is looking daggers at me. Stu picked her up, turned her around. I decided he wasn't all loony yet, but Nurse didn't resent. Go play somewhere else, dear. I'll give your patient back to you, still warm, in a few minutes. He shut the door on her and came back to bed. But Adam was right. This was not only wonderful publicity, but safer. Publicity, I suppose. But safer? Let's not talk about it. Safer, my old. You weren't shot at. Yet they had 2 hours in which they knew right where you were, a big fat target. They couldn't make up their minds what to do. They haven't formed a policy yet. They didn't even dare not bring you down on schedule. The news was full of it. I had stories slanted and waiting. Now they don't dare touch you. You're popular heroes. Whereas, if I had waited to charter a ship and fetch you, well, I don't know. We probably would have been ordered into parking orbit. Then you too, and myself perhaps, would have been taken off under arrest. No skipper is going to risk missiles no matter how much is paid. The proof of the pudding, Cobber. But let me brief you. You're both citizens of the People's Directorate of Chad. Best I could do on short notice. Also, Chad has recognized Luna. I had to buy 1 prime minister, 2 generals, some tribal chiefs, and a minister of finance. Cheap for such a hurry-up job. I haven't been able to get you diplomatic immunity, but I hope to, before you leave hospital. At present, they haven't even dared arrest you. They can't figure out what you've done. They have guards outside, but simply for your protection. And a good thing, or you would have reporters 9 deep shoving microphones into your face. Just what have we done? That they know about, I mean. Illegal immigration? Not even that many. You never were a consignee, and you have a derivative Pan-African citizenship through one of your grandfathers. No, haha. In Professor de la Paz's case, we dug up proof that he had been granted naturalized Chad citizenship 40 years back, waited for the ink to dry, and used it. You're not even illegally entering here in India. Not only did they bring you down themselves, knowing that you were in that barge, but also a control officer very kindly and fairly cheaply stamped your virgin passports. In addition to that, Prof's exile has no legal existence, as the government that proscribed him no longer exists. And a competent court has taken notice. That was more expensive. Nurse came back in, indignant as a mother cat.
Lord Stewart, you must let my patient rest.
At once, ma chérie. You're Lord Stewart? Should be Count. Or I can lay a dubious claim to being the MacGregor. The blue blood bit helps. These people haven't been happy since they took their royalty away from them. As he left, he patted her rump. Instead of screaming, she wiggled it. Was smiling as she came over to me. Stu was going to have to watch that stuff when he went back to Luna. If did. She asked how I felt. Told her I was right. Just hungry. Sister, did you see some prosthetic arms in our luggage? She had, and I felt better with number 6 in place. I had selected it, and number 2, and social arm as enough for trip. Number 2 was presumably still in complex. I hope somebody was taking care of it. But number 6 is most all-around useful arm. With it and social one, I'd be okay. 2 days later, we left for Agra to present credentials to Federated Nations. I was in bad shape, and not just high G. Could do well enough in a wheelchair and could even walk a little, although did not in public. What I had was a sore throat that missed pneumonia only through drugs, traveler's trots, skin disease on hands and spreading to feet, just like my other trips to that disease-ridden hole Terra. We Lunars don't know how lucky we are, living in a place that has tightest of quarantines, almost no vermin, and what we have controlled by vacuum any time necessary. Or unlucky, since we have almost no immunities if turns out we need them. Still, wouldn't swap. Never heard word venereal until first went earthside and had thought common cold was state of ice miners' feet. And wasn't cheerful for other reason. Stu had fetched us a message from Adam Celine. Buried in it, concealed even from Stu, was news that chances had dropped to worse than 1 in 100. Wondered what point in risking crazy trip if made odds worse. Did Mike really know what chances were? Couldn't see any way he could compute them, no matter how many facts he had. But Prof didn't seem worried. He talked to platoons of reporters, smiled at endless pictures, gave out statements, telling world he placed great confidence in Federated Nations and was sure our just claims would be recognized, and that he wanted to thank friends of Free Luna for wonderful help in bringing true story of our small but sturdy nation before good people of Terra. F of FL being Stu, a professional public opinion firm, several thousand chronic petition signers, and a great stack of Hong Kong dollars.
This book is continued on Disc 8. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued. Disc 8.
But Prof didn't seem worried. He talked to platoons of reporters, smiled at endless pictures, gave out statements, telling world he placed great confidence in Federated Nations and was sure our just claims would be recognized, and that he wanted to thank friends of Free Luna for wonderful help in bringing true story of our small but sturdy nation before good people of Terra. F of FL being Stu, a professional public opinion firm, several thousand chronic petition signers, and a great stack of Hong Kong dollars. I had picture taken too, and tried to smile, but dodged questions by pointing to throat and croaking. In Agra we were lodged in a lavish suite in a hotel that had once been palace of a Maharaja, and still belonged to him, even though India is supposed to be socialist. And interviews and picture-taking went on. Hardly dared get out of wheelchair, even to visit WC, as was under orders from Prof never to be photographed vertically. He was always either in bed or in a stretcher. Bed baths, bed pans, everything. Not only because safer, considering age, and easier for any loony, but also for pictures. His dimples and wonderful, gentle, persuasive personality were displayed in hundreds of millions of video screens, endless news pictures. But his personality did not get us anywhere in Agra. Prof was carried to office of President of Grand Assembly, me being pushed alongside, and there he attempted to present his credentials as ambassador to FN and prospective senator for Luna. Was referred to Secretary General, and at his offices we were granted 10 minutes with the assistant secretary who sucked teeth and said he could accept our credentials without prejudice and without implied commitment. They were referred to Credentials Committee, who sat on them. I got fidgety. Prof read Keats. Grain barges continued to arrive at Bombay. In a way, was not sorry about latter. When we flew from Bombay to Agra, we got up before dawn and were taken out to a field as city was waking. Every loony has his hole, whether luxury of a long-established home like Davis Tunnels, or rock still raw from drill. Cubic is no problem, and can't be for centuries. Bombay is bee-swarms of people, or over 1 million, was told, who have no home but some piece of pavement. A family might claim right, and hand down by will, generation after generation, to sleep on a piece 2 meters long and 1 wide, at a described location in front of a shop. Entire family sleeps on that space, meaning mother, father, kids, maybe a grandmother. Would not have believed it if had not seen. At dawn in Bombay, roadways, side pavements, even bridges are covered with tight carpet of human bodies. What do they do? Where do they work? How do they eat? Did not look as if they did. Could count ribs. If I hadn't believed simple arithmetic that you can't ship stuff downhill forever without shipping replacement back, would have tossed in cards. But, Tanstaffel, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch, in Bombay or in Luna. At last we were given appointment with an investigating committee. Not what Prof had asked for. He had requested public hearing before Senate, complete with video cameras. Only camera at this session was its in-camera nature, was closed. Not too closed. I had little recorder, but no video. And took Prof 2 minutes to discover that committee was actually VIPs of Lunar Authority, or their tame dogs. Nevertheless, was chance to talk, and Prof treated them as if they had power to recognize Luna's independence and willingness to do so, while they treated us as a cross between naughty children and criminals up for sentencing. Prof was allowed to make opening statement. With decorations trimmed away, was assertion that Luna was de facto a sovereign state, with an unopposed government in being, a civil condition of peace and order, a provisional president and cabinet carrying on necessary functions, but anxious to return to private life as soon as Congress completed writing a constitution, and that we were here to ask that these facts be recognized de jure, and that Luna be allowed to take her rightful place in councils of mankind as a member of federated nations. What Prof told them bore a speaking acquaintance with truth, and they were not where they could spot discrepancies. Our provisional president was a computer, and cabinet was Weil, Finn, Comrade Clayton, and Terence Sheehan, editor of Pravda, plus Wolfgang Kosakov, board chairman of Lunohoko, and a director of Bank of Hong Kong and Luna. But Weil was the only person now in Luna who knew that Adam Celine was false face for a computer. She had been terribly nervous at being left to hold forth alone. As it was, Adam's oddity in never being seen save for over video was always an embarrassment. We had done our best to turn it into a security necessity by opening offices for him in Cubic of Authority's Luna City office, and then exploding a small bomb. After this assassination attempt, comrades who had been most fretful about Adam's failure to stir around became loudest in demands that Adam must not take any chances, this being helped by editorials. But I wondered while Prof was talking what these pompous chums would think if they knew that our president was a collection of hardware owned by authority. But they just sat staring with chill disapproval, unmoved by Prof's rhetoric. Probably best performance of his life, considering he delivered it flat on back, speaking into a microphone without notes, and hardly able to see his audience. Then they started in on us. Gentleman member from Argentina, never given their names, we weren't socially acceptable. This Argentino objected to phrase former warden in Prof's speech. That designation had been obsolete half a century. He insisted that it be struck out and proper title inserted. Protector of the lunar colonies by appointment of the Lunar Authority. Any other wording offended dignity of Lunar Authority. Prof asked to comment. Honorable Chairman permitted it. Prof said mildly that he accepted change, since authority was free to designate its servants in any fashion it pleased, and was no intention to offend dignity of any agency of federated nations. But in view of functions of this office, former functions of this office, citizens of Luna Free State would probably go on thinking of it by traditional name. That made about 6 of them try to talk at once. Somebody objected to use of word Luna, and still more to Luna Free State. It was the moon, Earth's moon, a satellite of Earth and property of federated nations, just as Antarctica was, and these proceedings were a farce. Was inclined to agree with last point. Chairman asked gentleman member from North America to please be in order, and to address his remarks through chair. Did chair understand from witness's last remark that this alleged de facto regime intended to interfere with consignee system? Prof fielded that and tossed it back. Honorable Chairman, I myself was a consignee. Now Luna is my beloved home. My colleague, the Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, Colonel O'Kelly Davis. Myself, is Luna born, and proud of his descent from 4 transported grandparents. Luna has grown strong on your outcasts. Give us your poor, your wretched. We welcome them. Luna has room for them. Nearly 40 million square kilometers, an area greater than all Africa, and almost totally empty. More than that, since by our method of living we occupy not area but cubic, the mind cannot imagine the day when Luna would refuse another shipload of weary homeless. Chairman said, The witness is admonished to refrain from making speeches. The chair takes it that your oratory means that the group you represent agrees to accept prisoners as before. No, sir. What? Explain yourself. Once an immigrant sets foot on Luna today, he is a free man, no matter what his previous condition, free to go where he listeth. So, then what's to keep a consignee from walking across the field, climbing into another ship and returning here? I admit that I am puzzled at your apparent willingness to accept them, but we do not want them. It is our humane way of getting rid of incorrigibles who would otherwise have to be executed. Could have told him several things that would stop what he pictured. He had obviously never been to Luna. As for incorrigibles, if really are, Luna eliminates such faster than Terra ever did. Back when I was very young, they sent us a gangster lord, from Los Angeles, I believe. He arrived with a squad of stooges, his bodyguards, and was cockily ready to take over Luna, as was rumored to have taken over a prison somewhere earthside. None lasted 2 weeks. Gangster boss didn't make it to barracks. Hadn't listened when told how to wear a pea suit. There is nothing to keep them from going home so far as we are concerned, sir, Prof answered. Although your police here on Terra might cause him to think. But I have never heard of a consignee arriving with funds enough to buy a ticket home. Is this truly an issue? The ships are yours. Luna has no ships. And let me add that we are sorry that the ship scheduled for Luna this month was cancelled. I am not complaining that it forced on my colleague and myself. Prof stopped to smile. A most informal method of travel. I simply hope that this does not represent policy. Luna has no quarrel with you. Your ships are welcome. Your trade is welcome. We are at peace and wish to stay so. Please note that all scheduled grain shipments have come through on time. Prof did always have gift for changing subject. They fiddled with minor matters then. Nosy from North America wanted to know what had really happened to the warden. He stopped himself. The protector, Senator Hobart. Prof answered that he had suffered a stroke. A coup is a stroke, and was no longer able to carry out his duties, but was in good health otherwise and receiving constant medical care. Prof added thoughtfully that he suspected that the old gentleman had been failing for some time, in view of his indiscretions this past year, especially his many invasions of rights of free citizens, including ones who were not and never had been consignees. Story was not hard to swallow. When those busy scientists managed to break news of our coup, they had reported Warden as dead, whereas Mike had kept him alive and on job by impersonating him. When Authority Earthside demanded a report from Warden on this wild rumor, Mike had consulted Proof, then had accepted call and given a convincing imitation of senility. managing to deny, confirm, and confuse every detail. Our announcements followed, and thereafter Warden was no longer available, even in his computer alter ego. 3 days later, we declared independence. This North American wanted to know what reason they had to believe that one word of this was true. Prof smiled most saintly smile, and made effort to spread thin hands before letting them fall to coverlet. The gentleman member from North America is urged to go to Luna, visit Senator Hobart's sickbed, and see for himself. Indeed, all Terran citizens are invited to visit Luna at any time. See anything. We wish to be friends. We are at peace. We have nothing to hide. My only regret is that my country is unable to furnish transportation. For that, we must turn to you. Chinese member looked at Prof thoughtfully. He had not said a word but missed nothing. Chairman recessed hearing until 1500. They gave us a retiring room and sent in lunch. I wanted to talk, but Prof shook head, glanced around room, tapped ear. So I shut up. Prof napped then, and I leveled out my wheelchair and joined him. On Terra, we both slept all we could. Helped. Not enough. They didn't wheel us back until 1600. Committee was already sitting. Chairman then broke on rule against speeches, and made a long one, more in sorrow than anger. Started by reminding us that Luna Authority was a non-political trusteeship, charged with solemn duty of ensuring that Earth satellite the Moon, Luna, as some called it, was never used for military purposes. He told us that authority had guarded these sacred trusts more than a century, while governments fell and new governments rose. Alliances shifted and shifted again. Indeed, authority was older than federated nations, deriving original charter from an older international body. And so well had it kept that trust that it had lasted through wars and turmoils and realignments. This is news, but you see what he was building towards. The Lunar Authority cannot surrender its trust, he told us solemnly. However, there appears to be no insuperable obstacle to the lunar colonists, if they show political maturity, enjoying a degree of autonomy. This can be taken under advisement. Much depends on your behavior. The behavior, I should say, of all you colonists. There have been riots and destruction of property. This must not be. I waited for him to mention 90 dead goons. He never did. I will never make a statesman. I don't have high-level approach. Destroyed property must be paid for, he went on. Commitments must be met. If this body you call a Congress can guarantee such things, it appears to this committee that this so-called Congress could, in time, be considered an agency of the authority for many internal matters. Indeed, it is conceivable that a stable local government might, in time, assume many duties now falling on the Protector, and even be allowed a delegate, non-voting, in the Grand Assembly. But such recognition would have to be earned. But one thing must be made clear. Earth's major satellite, the Moon, is by nature's law forever the joint property of all the peoples of Earth. It does not belong to that handful who by accident of history happen to live there. The sacred trust laid upon the Lunar Authority is, and forever must be, the supreme law of Earth's moon. Accident of history? Huh? I expected Prof to shove it down his throat. I thought he would say, no, never did know what Prof would say. Here's what he did say. Prof waited through several seconds of silence, then said, Honorable Chairman, who is to be exiled this time? What did you say? Have you decided which one of you is to go into exile? Your deputy warden won't take the job. This was true. He preferred to stay alive. He is functioning now only because we have asked him to. If you persist in believing that we are not independent, then you must be planning to send up a new warden. Protector. Warden, let us not mince words. Though if we knew who he is to be, we might be happy to call him ambassador. We might be able to work with him. It might not be necessary to send him with armed hoodlums to rape and murder our women."
"Order! Order! The witness will come to order."
"It is not I who was not in order, Honourable Chairman. Rape it was, and murder most foul. But that is history, and now we must look to the future. Whom are you going to exile?" Prof struggled to raise self on elbow, and I was suddenly alert. Was a cue. "For you all know, sir, that it is a one-way trip. I was born here. You can see what effort it is for me to return even temporarily to the planet which has disinherited me. We are outcasts of Earth who—" He collapsed. Was up out of my chair and collapsed myself, trying to reach him. Was not all play acting, even though I answered a cue. It's terrible strain on heart to get up suddenly on Terra. Thick feel grabbed and smashed me to floor. 17. Neither of us was hurt, and it made juicy news breaks. For I put recording in Stu's hand, and he turned it over to his hired men. Nor were all headlines against us. Stu had recording cut, edited, and slanted. "Authority to play odd man out? Lunar ambassador collapses under grilling. Outcasts, he cries. Prof Paz points finger of shame. Story, page 8. Not all were good. Nearest to a favorable story in India was editorial in New India Times inquiring whether authority was risking bread of masses in failing to come to terms with lunar insurgents. Was suggested that concessions could be made if would ensure increased grain deliveries. Was filled with inflated statistics. Luna did not feed 100 million Hindus, unless you choose to think of our grain as making difference between malnutrition and starvation. On other hand, biggest New York paper opined that authority had made mistake in treating with us at all, since only thing convicts understood was taste of lash. Troops should land, set us in order, hang guilty, leave forces to keep order. Was a quick mutiny, quickly subdued, in Peace Dragoons regiment from which our late oppressors had come. One started by rumor that they were to be shipped to Moon. Mutiny not hushed up perfectly. Stu hired good men. Next morning a message reached us inquiring if Professor de la Paz was well enough to resume discussions. We went, and committee supplied doctor and nurse to watch over Prof. But this time we were searched, and a recorder removed from my pouch. I surrendered it without much fuss. Was Japanese job supplied by Stu, to be surrendered. Number 6 arm has recess intended for a power pack, but near enough size of my mini recorder. Didn't need power that day, and most people, even hardened police officers, dislike to touch a prosthetic. Everything discussed day before was ignored, except that chairman started session by scolding us for breaking security of a closed meeting. Prof replied that it had not been closed so far as we were concerned, and that we would welcome newsmen, video cameras, a gallery, anyone, as Luna Free State had nothing to hide. Chairman replied stiffly that so-called Free State did not control these hearings. These sessions were closed, not to be discussed outside this room, and that it was so ordered. Proof looked at me. "Will you help me, Colonel?" I touched controls of chair, scooted around, was shoving his stretcher wagon with my chair toward door before Chairman realized bluff had been called. Prof allowed himself to be persuaded to stay without promising anything. Hard to coerce a man who faints if he gets overexcited. Chairman had said there had been many irrelevancies yesterday, and matters discussed best left undiscussed, and that he would permit no digressions today. He looked at Argentino, then at North American. He went on. Sovereignty is an abstract concept, one that has been redefined many times as mankind has learned to live in peace. We need not discuss it. The real question, Professor, or even Ambassador de facto if you like, we shan't quibble, the real question is this. Are you prepared to guarantee that the lunar colonies will keep their commitments? What commitments, sir? All commitments, but I have in mind specifically your commitments concerning grain shipments.
I know of no such commitments, sir, Prof answered with bland innocence.
Chairman's hand tightened on gavel, but he answered quietly,
Come, sir, there is no need to spar over words. I refer to the quota of grain shipments, and to the increased quota, a matter of 13% for this new fiscal year. Do we have your assurance that you will honor those commitments? This is a minimum basis for discussion. Else these talks can go no further.
Then I am sorry to say, sir, that it would appear that our talks must cease. You aren't being serious?
Quite serious, sir. The sovereignty of free Luna is not the abstract matter you seem to feel it is.
These commitments you speak of were the authority contracting with itself. My country is not bound by such. Any commitments from the sovereign nation I have the honor to represent are still to be negotiated.
Rabble, growled the North American. I told you you were being too soft on them, jailbirds, thieves, and whores. They don't understand decent treatment. Order. Just remember I told you. If I had them in Colorado, we would teach them a thing or two. We know how to handle their sort.
The gentleman member will please be in order. I'm afraid, said Hindu member, Parsi, in fact, but committeeman from India. I'm afraid I must agree in essence with the gentleman member from the North American Directorate. India cannot accept the concept that the grain commitments are mere scraps of paper. Decent people do not play politics with hunger.
And besides, the Argentino put in, they breed like animals. Pigs.
Prof made me take a tranquilizing drug before that session. Had insisted on seeing me take it. Prof said quietly, Honorable Chairman, may I have consent to amplify my meaning before we conclude, perhaps too hastily, that these talks must be abandoned? Proceed. Unanimous consent, free of interruption? Chairman looked around. Consent is unanimous, he stated, and the gentlemen members are placed on notice that I will invoke Special Rule 14 at the next outburst. The Sergeant-at-Arms is directed to note this and act. The witness will proceed. I will be brief, Honorable Chairman. Prof said something in Spanish. All I caught was Señor. Argentino turned dark, but did not answer. Prof went on. I must first answer the gentleman member from North America on a matter of personal privilege, since he has impugned my fellow countrymen. I, for one, have seen the inside of more than one jail. I accept the title, nay, I glory in the title of jailbird. We citizens of Luna are jailbirds and descendants of jailbirds. But Luna herself is a stern schoolmistress. Those who have lived through her harsh lessons have no cause to feel ashamed. In Luna City, a man may leave purse unguarded or home unlocked and feel no fear. I wonder if this is true in Denver. As may be, I have no wish to visit Colorado to learn a thing or two. I am satisfied with what Mother Luna has taught me. And rabble we may be, but we are now a rabble in arms. To the gentleman member from India, let me say that we do not play politics with hunger. What we ask is an open discussion of facts of nature, unbound by political assumptions false to fact. If we can hold this discussion, I can promise to show a way in which Luna can continue grain shipments and expand them enormously to the great benefit of India. Both Chinese and Indian looked alert. Indian started to speak, checked himself, then said, Honorable Chairman, will the chair ask the witness to explain what he means? The witness is invited to amplify. Honorable Chairman, gentlemen members, there is indeed a way for Luna to expand by 10-fold, or even 100, her shipments to our hungry millions. The fact that grain barges continue to arrive on schedule during our time of trouble and are still arriving today is proof that our intentions are friendly. But you do not get milk by beating the cow. Discussions of how to augment our shipments must be based on the facts of nature, not on the false assumption that we are slaves, bound by a work quota we never made. So which shall it be? Will you persist in believing that we are slaves, indentured to an authority other than ourselves? Or will you acknowledge that we are free, negotiate with us, and learn how we can help you? Chairman said, "In other words, you ask us to buy a pig in a poke. You demand that we legalize your outlaw status. Then you will talk about fantastic claims that you can increase grain shipments 10 or 100-fold. What you claim is impossible. I am an expert in lunar economics, and what you ask is impossible. It takes the Grand Assembly to admit a new nation." Then place it before the Grand Assembly. Once seated as sovereign equals, we will discuss how to increase shipments and negotiate terms. Honorable Chairman, we grow the grain. We own it. We can grow far more, but not as slaves. Luna's sovereign freedom must first be recognized. Impossible, and you know it. The Lunar Authority cannot abdicate its sacred responsibility. Prof sighed. It appears to be an impasse. I can only suggest that these hearings be recessed while we all take thought. Today our barges are arriving, but the moment that I am forced to notify my government that I have failed, they will stop. Prof's head sank back on pillow, as if it had been too much for him, as may have been. I was doing well enough, but was young and had practice in how to visit Terra and stay alive. A loony his age should not risk it. After minor foo-foo-rah, which Prof ignored, they loaded us into a lorry and scooted us back to hotel. Once underway, I said, "Prof, what was it you said to Senor Jellybelly that raised blood pressure?" He chuckled. Comrade Stewart's investigations of these gentlemen turned up remarkable facts. I asked who owned a certain brothel off Calle Florida in B.A. these days, and did it now have a star redhead? Why? You used to patronize it? I tried to imagine Prof in such. Never. It has been 40 years since I was last in Buenos Aires. He owns that establishment, Manuel, through a dummy, and his wife, a beauty with Titan hair, once worked in it. Was sorry I'd asked. Wasn't that a foul blow? And undiplomatic? But Prof closed eyes and did not answer. He was recovered enough to spend an hour at the reception for newsmen that night, with white hair framed against a purple pillow and thin body decked out in embroidered pajamas. Looked like VIP corpse at an important funeral, except for eyes and dimples. I looked mighty VIP too, in black and gold uniform, which Stu claimed was lunar diplomatic uniform of my rank. Could have been, if Luna had had such things. Did not, or I would have known. I prefer a pea suit. Color was tight. Nor did ever find out what decorations on it meant. A reporter asked me about one, based on Luna at Crescent as seen from Terra. Told him it was a prize for spelling. Stu was in earshot and said, "The Colonel is modest. The decoration is of the same rank as the Victoria Cross, and in his case was awarded for an act of gallantry on the glorious, tragic day of—" He led him away, still talking. Stu could lie standing up almost as well as Prof. Me, I have to think out the lie ahead of time. Indian newspapers and casts were rough that night. Threat to stop grain shipments made them froth. Gentile's proposal was to clean out Luna, exterminate us as criminal troglodytes, and replace us with honest Hindu peasants who understood sacredness of life and would ship grain and more grain. Prof picked that night to talk and give handouts about Luna's inability to continue shipments and why. And Stu's organization spread release throughout Terra. Some reporters took time to dig out sets of figures and tackle Prof on glaring discrepancies. Professor De La Paz, here you say that grain shipments will dwindle away through failure of natural resources, and that by 2082, Luna won't be able to feed its own people. Yet earlier today you told the Lunar Authority that you could increase shipments 12 times or more. Prof said sweetly, That committee is the Lunar Authority? Well, it's an open secret. So it is, sir. But they have maintained the fiction of being an impartial investigating committee of the Grand Assembly. Don't you think they should disqualify themselves, so that we could receive a fair hearing? It's not my place to say, Professor. Let's get back to my question. How do you reconcile the two? I'm interested in why it's not your place to say, sir. Isn't it the concern of every citizen of Terra to help avoid a situation which will produce war between Terra and her neighbor? War? What in the world makes you speak of war, Professor? Where else can it end, sir, if the Lunar Authority persists in its intransigence? We cannot accede to their demands. Those figures show why. If they will not see this, then they will attempt to subdue us by force, and we will fight back. Like cornered rats, for cornered we are, unable to retreat, unable to surrender. We do not choose war. We wish to live in peace with our neighbor planet, in peace and peacefully trade. But the choice is not ours. We are small. You are gigantic. I predict that the next move will be for the Lunar Authority to attempt to subdue Luna by force. This peacekeeping agency will start the first interplanetary war. The journalist frowned. Aren't you overstating it? Let's assume that the Authority, or the Grand Assembly, as the Authority hasn't any warships of its own, let's suppose the nations of Earth decide to displace your, government. You might fight on Luna. I suppose you would. But that hardly constitutes interplanetary war. As you pointed out, Luna has no ships. To put it bluntly, you can't reach us. I had chair close to Prof's stretcher, listening. He turned to me. Tell him, Colonel. I parroted it. Prof and Mike had worked out stock situations. I had memorized and was ready with answers. I said, Do you gentlemen remember the Pathfinder? How she came plunging in out of control? They remembered. Nobody forgets greatest disaster of early days of spaceflight, when unlucky Pathfinder hit a Belgian village. We have no ships, I went on, but would be possible to throw these barge loads of grain instead of delivering them into parking orbit. Next day this evoked the headline, Loonies threaten to throw rice. At moment it produced awkward silence. Finally, journalist said, Nevertheless, I would like to know how you reconcile your two statements. No more grain after 2082, and 10 or 100 times as much. There is no conflict, Prof answered. They are based on different sets of circumstances. The figures you have been looking at show the present circumstances, and the disaster they will produce in only a few years through drainage of Luna's natural resources. Disaster which these authority bureaucrats, or should I say authoritarian bureaucrats, would avert by telling us to stand in the corner like naughty children. Prof paused for labored breathing, went on. The circumstances under which we can continue, or greatly increase our grain shipments, are the obvious corollary of the first. As an old teacher, I can hardly refrain from classroom habits. The corollary should be left as an exercise for the student. Will someone attempt it? Was uncomfortable silence. Then a little man with strange accent said slowly, It sounds to me as if you talk about a way to replenish natural resources.
Capital. Excellent. Prof flashed dimples. You, sir, will have a gold star on your term paper. To make grain requires water and plant foods. Phosphates, other things. Ask the experts. Send these things to us. We'll send them back as wholesale grain. Put down a hose in the limitless Indian Ocean. Line up those millions of cattle here in India. Collect their end product and ship it to us. Collect your own night soil. Don't bother to sterilize it. We've learned to do such things cheaply and easily. Send us briny seawater, rotten fish, dead animals, city sewage, cow manure, offal of any sort, and we will send it back, ton for ton, as golden grain. Send 10 times as much, we'll send back 10 times as much grain. Send us your poor, your dispossessed. Send them by thousands and hundreds of thousands. We'll teach them swift, efficient lunar methods of tunnel farming and ship you back unbelievable tonnage. Gentlemen, Luna is one enormous fallow farm, 4,000 million hectares, waiting to be plowed. That startled them. Then someone said slowly, "But what do you get out of it? Luna, I mean." Prof shrugged. "Money, in the form of trade goods. There are many things you make cheaply which are dear in Luna. Drugs, tools, book films, gauds for our lovely ladies. Buy our grain, and you can sell to us at a happy profit." A Hindu journalist looked thoughtful, started to write. Next to him was a European type who seemed unimpressed. He said, "Professor, have you any idea of the cost of shipping that much tonnage to the moon?" Prof waved it aside. "A technicality. Sir, there was a time when it was not simply expensive to ship goods across oceans, but impossible. Then it was expensive, difficult, dangerous. Today you sell goods half around your planet almost as cheaply as next door. Long-distance shipping is the least important factor in cost. Gentlemen, I am not an engineer, but I have learned this about engineers. When something must be done, engineers can find a way that is economically feasible. If you want the grain that we can grow, turn your engineers loose." Prof gasped and labored, signaled for help, and nurses wheeled him away. I declined to be questioned on it, telling them that they must talk to Prof when he was well enough to see them. So they pecked at me on other lines. One man demanded to know why, since we paid no taxes, we colonists thought we had a right to run things our own way. After all, those colonies had been established by federated nations, by some of them. It had been terribly expensive. Earth had paid all bills. And now you colonists enjoy benefits and pay not 1 dime of taxes. Was that fair? I wanted to tell him to blow it, but Prof had again made me take a tranquilizer, and had required me to swat that endless list of answers to trick questions. "Let's take that one at a time," I said. "First, what is it you want us to pay taxes for? Tell me what I get, and perhaps I'll buy it. No, put it this way. Do you pay taxes?" "Certainly I do, and so should you." "And what do you get for your taxes?" "Huh? Taxes pay for government." I said, "Excuse me, I'm ignorant. I lived my whole life in Luna. I don't know much about your government. Can you feed it to me in small pieces? What do you get for your money?" They all got interested, and anything this aggressive little chum missed, others supplied. I kept a list. When they stopped, I read it back. "Free hospitals. Aren't any in Luna. Medical insurance. We have that, but apparently not what you mean by it. If a person wants insurance, he goes to a bookie and works out a bet. You can hedge anything for a price. I don't hedge my health. I'm healthy. Or was till I came here.
We have a public library. One Carnegie Foundation started with a few book films. It gets along by charging fees. Public roads. I suppose that would be our tubes. But they are no more free than air is free. Sorry, you have free air here, don't you? I mean, our tubes were built by companies who put up money and are downright nasty about expecting it back, and then some. Public schools. There are schools in all Warrens, and I never heard of them turning away pupils, so I guess they are public. But they pay well, too, because anyone in Luna who knows something useful and is willing to teach it charges all the traffic will bear. I went on. Let's see what else. Social Security. I'm not sure what that is, but whatever it is, we don't have it. Pensions. You can buy a pension. Most people don't. Most families are large, and old people, say 100 and up, either fiddle along at something they like, or sit and watch video, or sleep. They slip a lot, after, say, 120.
Sir, excuse me. Do people really live as long on the moon as they say?
I looked surprised, but wasn't. This was a stimulated question, for which an answer had been taped. Nobody knows how long a person will live in Luna. We haven't been there long enough. Our oldest citizens were born Earthside. It's no test. So far, no one born in Luna died of old age, but that's still no test. They haven't had time to grow old yet, less than a century. But, take me, madam. How old would you say I am? I'm authentic Looney, 3rd generation.
Truthfully, Colonel Davis, I was surprised at your youthfulness. For this mission, I mean. You appear to be about 22. Are you older? Not much, I fancy.
Madam, I regret that your local gravitation makes it impossible for me to bow. Thank you. I've been married longer than that.
What? Oh, you're jesting.
Madam, I would never venture to guess a lady's age, but if you will emigrate to Luna, you will keep your present youthful loveliness much longer, and add at least 20 years to your life. I looked at List. I'll lump the rest of this together by saying we don't have any of it in Luna, so I can't see any reason to pay taxes for it. On that other point, sir, surely you know that the initial cost of the colonies has long since been repaid several times over, through grain shipments alone. We are being bled white of our most essential resources, and not even being paid an open market price. That's why the Lunar Authority is being stubborn. They intend to go on bleeding us. The idea that Luna has been an expense to Terra, and the investment must be recovered, is a lie, invented by the Authority to excuse their treating us as slaves. The truth is that Luna has not cost Terra one dime this century, and the original investment has long since been paid back. He tried to rally. Oh, surely you're not claiming that the lunar colonies have paid all the billions of dollars it took to develop spaceflight? I could present a good case. However, there is no excuse to charge that against us. You have spaceflight, you people of Terra. We do not. Luna has not one ship. So why should we pay for what we've never received? It's like the rest of this list. We don't get it. Why should we pay for it? Had been stalling, waiting for a claim that Prof had told me I was sure to hear, and got it at last.
Just a moment, please, came a confident voice. You ignored the two most important items on that list. Police protection and armed forces. You boasted that you were willing to pay for what you get. So how about paying almost a century of back taxes for those two? It should be quite a bill. Quite a bill.
He smiled smugly. Wanted to thank him. Thought Proof was going to chide me for failing to yank it out. People looked at each other and nodded. Pleased I had been scored on. Did best to look innocent. Please? Don't understand. Luna has neither police nor armed forces.
You know what I mean. You enjoy the protection of the peace forces of the Federated Nations. And you do have police, paid for by the Lunar Authority. I know, to my certain knowledge, that 2 phalanges were sent to the moon less than a year ago to serve as policemen.
Oh, I sighed. Can you tell me how FN peace forces protect Luna? I did not know that any of your nations wanted to attack us. We are far away and have nothing anyone envies. Or did you mean we should pay them to leave us alone? If so, there is an old saying that once you pay Dengelt, you never get rid of the Dane. Sir, we will fight FN armed forces if we must. We shall never pay them. Now about those so-called policemen. They were not sent to protect us. Our Declaration of Independence told the true story about those hoodlums. Did your newspapers print it? Some had, some hadn't, depending on country. They went mad and started raping and murdering. And now they are dead. So don't send us any more troops. Was suddenly tired and had to leave. Really was tired.
Not much of an actor. And making that talk come out way Proof thought it should was strain.
18. Was not told till later that I had received an assist in that interview. Lead about police and armed forces had been fed by Stooge. Stu Lejoie took no chances. But by time I knew, I had had experience in handling interviews. We had them endlessly. Despite being tired, was not through that night. In addition to press, some Agra diplomatic corps had risked showing up. Few, and none officially, even from Chad. But we were curiosities, and they wanted to look at us. Only one was important, a Chinese. Was startled to see him. He was Chinese member of committee. I met him simply as Dr. Chan, and we pretended to be meeting first time. He was that Dr. Chan, who was then senator from Great China and also Great China's longtime #1 boy in Lunar Authority, and much later, vice chairman and premier, shortly before his assassination. After getting out point I was supposed to make, with bonus through others that could have waited, I guided chair to bedroom, and was at once summoned to proofs. Manuel, I'm sure you noticed our distinguished visitor from the Middle Kingdom. Old Chinese from committee? Try to curb the loony talk, son. Please don't use it at all here, even with me. Yes, he wants to know what we meant by 10-fold or 100-fold. So tell him. Straight or swindle? The straight. This man is no fool. Can you handle the technical details? Done my homework, unless he's expert in ballistics. He's not. But don't pretend to know anything you don't know, and don't assume that he's friendly. But he could be enormously helpful if he concludes that our interests and his coincide. But don't try to persuade him. He's in my study. Good luck. And remember, speak standard English. Dr. Chan stood up as I came in. I apologized for not standing. He said that he understood difficulties that a gentleman from Luna labored under here, and for me not to exert myself. Shook hands with himself, and sat down. I'll skip some formalities. Did we or did we not have some specific solution when we claimed there was a cheap way to ship massive tonnage to Luna? Told him was a method, expensive in investment but cheap in running expenses.
It's the one we use on Luna, sir. A catapult. An escape speed induction catapult.
His expression changed not at all.
Colonel, are you aware that such has been proposed many times and always rejected for what seemed good reasons? Something to do with air pressure?
Yes, Doctor. But we believe, based on extensive analysis by computer and our experience with catapulting, that today the problem can be solved. Two of our larger firms, the Lunoho Company and the Bank of Hong Kong in Luna, are ready to head a syndicate to do it as a private venture. They would need help here on Earth and might share voting stock, though they would prefer to sell bonds and retain control. Primarily, what they need is a concession from some government, a permanent easement on which to build the catapult. Probably India. Above was a set speech. Lunoho Co. was bankrupt if anybody examined books, and Hong Kong Bank was strained.
was acting as central bank for country undergoing upheaval. Purpose was to get in last word. India. Prophet coached me that this word must come last. Dr. Chan answered, Never mind financial aspects. Anything which is physically possible can always be made financially possible. Money is a bugaboo of small minds. Why do you select India? Well, sir, India now consumes, I believe, over 90% of our grain shipments.
93.1%.
Yes, sir. India is deeply interested in our grain, so it seemed likely that she would cooperate. She could grant us land, make labor and materials available, and so forth. But I mentioned India because she holds a wide choice of possible sites. Very high mountains not too far from Terra's equator. The latter is not essential, just helpful. But the site must be a high mountain. It's that air pressure you spoke of, or air density. The catapult head should be at as high altitude as feasible, but the ejection end, where the load travels over 11 kilometers per second, must be an air so thin that it approaches vacuum, which calls for a very high mountain. Take the peak Nanda Devi, around 400 kilometers from here. It has a railhead 60 kilometers from it, and a road almost to its base. It is 8,000 meters high. I don't know that Nanda Devi is ideal. It is simply a possible site with good logistics. The ideal site would have to be selected by Terran engineers.
A higher mountain would be better?
Oh, yes, sir, I assured him. A higher mountain would be preferred over one nearer the equator. The catapult can be designed to make up for loss in free ride from Earth's rotation. The difficult thing is to avoid so far as possible this pesky thick atmosphere. Excuse me, Doctor. I did not mean to criticize your planet.
There are higher mountains. Connor, tell me about this proposed catapult.
I started to. The length of an escape speed catapult is determined by the acceleration. We think, or the computer calculates, that an acceleration of 20 gravities is about optimum. For Earth's escape speed, this requires a catapult 323 kilometers in length. Therefore,
Stop, please. Connor, are you seriously proposing to bore a hole over 300 kilometers deep?
Oh no. Construction has to be above ground to permit shockwaves to expand. The stator would stretch nearly horizontally, rise perhaps 4 kilometers in 300, and in a straight line, almost straight, as Coriolis acceleration and other minor variables make it a gentle curve. The lunar catapult is straight so far as the eye can see, and so nearly horizontal that the barges just miss some peaks beyond it.
Oh, I thought that you were overestimating the capacity of present-day engineering. We drill deeply today, not that deeply. Go on.
Doctor, it may be that common misconception which caused you to check me is why such a catapult has not been constructed before this. I've seen those earlier studies. Most assume that a catapult would be vertical, or that it would have to tilt up at the end to toss the spacecraft into the sky, and neither is feasible nor necessary. I suppose the assumption arose from the fact that your spaceships do boost straight up, or nearly. I went on. But they do that to get above atmosphere, not to get into orbit. Escape speed is not a vector quantity, it is scalar. A load bursting from a catapult at escape speed will not return to Earth no matter what its direction. 2 corrections. It must not be headed toward the Earth itself, but at some part of the sky hemisphere. And it must have enough added velocity to punch through whatever atmosphere it still traverses. If it is headed in the right direction, it will wind up at Luna.
Ah, yes. Then this catapult could be used but once each lunar month?
No, sir. On the basis on which you were thinking, it would be once every day, picking the time to fit where Luna will be in her orbit. But in fact, or so the computer says, I'm not an astronautics expert. In fact, this catapult could be used almost any time, simply by varying ejection speed, and the orbits could still wind up at Luna.
I don't visualize that.
Neither do I, Doctor, but, excuse me, but Isn't there an exceptionally fine computer at Peiping University?
And if there is?
Did I detect an increase in bland inscrutability? A cyborg computer? Pickled brains? Or live ones aware? Horrible either way. Why not ask a top-notch computer for all possible ejection times for such a catapult as I have described? Some orbits go far outside Luna's orbit before returning to where they can be captured by Luna, taking a fantastically long time. Others hook around Terra, then go quite directly. Some are as simple as the ones we use from Luna. There are periods each day when short orbits may be selected. But a load is in the catapult less than 1 minute. The limitation is how fast the loads can be made ready. It is even possible to have more than one load going up the catapult at a time if the power is sufficient and computer control is versatile. The only thing that worries me is these high mountains, they are covered with snow?
Usually, he answered. Ice and snow and bare rock.
Well, sir, being born in Luna, I don't know anything about snow. The stator would not only have to be rigid under heavy gravity of this planet, but would have to withstand dynamic thrusts at 20 gravities. I don't suppose it could be anchored to ice or snow. Or could it be?
I'm not an engineer, Colonel, but it seems unlikely. Snow and ice would have to be removed and kept clear. Weather would be a problem, too.
Weather I know nothing about, Doctor. All I know about ice is that it has a heat of crystallization of 335 million joules per ton. I have no idea how many tons would have to be melted to clear the site, or how much energy would be required to keep it clear. But it seems to me that it might take as large a reactor to keep it free of ice as to power the catapult.
We can build reactors. We can melt ice. Our engineers can be sent north for re-education until they do understand ice.
Dr. Chen smiled, and I shivered.
However, the engineering of ice and snow was solved in Antarctica years ago. Don't worry about it. A clear solid rock site about 350 kilometers long at a high altitude. Anything else I should know?
Not much, sir. Melted ice could be collected near the catapult head, and thus be the most massy part of what will be shipped to Luna. Quite the saving. Also, the steel canisters would be reused to ship grain to Earth, thus stopping another drain that Luna can't take. No reason why a canister should not make the trip hundreds of times. At Luna, it would be much the way barges are now landed off Bombay. Solid charge retro rockets programmed by ground control. Except that it would be much cheaper. 2.5 km/s change of motion versus 11 plus, a squared factor of about 20. But actually even more favorable, as retros are parasitic weight, and the payload improves accordingly. There is even a way to improve that.
How?
Doctor, this is outside my specialty, but everybody knows that your best ships use hydrogen as reaction mass heated by a fusion reactor. But hydrogen is expensive in Luna, and any mass could be reaction mass. It just would not be as efficient. Can you visualize an enormous brute force space tug designed to fit lunar conditions? It would use raw rock, vaporized, as reaction mass, and would be designed to go up into parking orbit, pick up those shipments from Terra, bring them down to Luna's surface. It would be ugly, all the fancy stripped away. Might not be manned even by a cyborg. It can be piloted from the ground by computer.
Yes, I suppose such a ship could be designed. But let's not complicate things. Have you covered the essentials about this catapult?
I believe so, Doctor. The site is the crucial thing. Take the peak Nanda Devi. By the maps I have seen, it appears to have a long, very high ridge sloping to the west for about the length of our catapult. If that is true, it would be ideal. Less to cut away, less to bridge. I don't mean that it is the ideal site, but that is the sort to look for. A very high peak with a long, long ridge west of it.
I understand.
Dr. Chan left abruptly. Next few weeks, I repeated that in a dozen countries, always in private, and with the implication that it was secret. All that changed was name of mountain. In Ecuador, I pointed out that Chimborazo was almost on equator. Ideal. But in Argentina, I emphasized that their Aconcagua was highest peak in Western Hemisphere. In Bolivia, I noted that Alto Plano was as high as Tibetan Plateau. Almost true. Much nearer equator, and offered a wide choice of sites for easy construction leading up to peaks comparable to any on Terra. I talked to a North American who was a political opponent of that chum who had called us rabble. I pointed out that, while Mount McKinley was comparable to anything in Asia or South America, there was much to be said for Mauna Loa. Extreme ease of construction. Doubling G's to make it short enough to fit, and Hawaii could be spaceport of world. Whole world. For we talked about day when Mars would be exploited, and freight for 3, possibly 4 planets would channel through their big island. Never mentioned Mauna Loa's volcanic nature. Instead, I noted that location permitted an aborted load to splash harmlessly into Pacific Ocean. In Soviet Union was only one peak discussed, Lenin, over 7,000 meters, and rather too close to their big neighbor. Kilimanjaro, Popocatépetl, Logan, El Libertado. My favorite peak changed by country. All that we required was that it might be highest mountain in hearts of locals. I found something good to say about modest mountains of Chad when we were entertained there, and rationalized so well I almost believed it. Other times, with help of leading questions from Stu Lajoie's stooges, I talked about chemical engineering, of which I know nothing but had memorized facts, on surface of Luna, where endless free vacuum and sun power and limitless raw materials and predictable conditions permitted ways of processing, expensive or impossible Earthside. When they arrived that cheap shipping both ways made it profitable to exploit Luna's virgin resources. Was always the suggestion that entrenched bureaucracy of lunar authority had failed to see great potential of Luna. True. Plus answer to a question always asked, which answer asserted that Luna could accept any number of colonists. This also was true, although never mentioned that Luna, yes, that sometimes Luna's loonies, killed about half of new chums. But people we talked to rarely thought of immigrating themselves. They thought of forcing or persuading others to emigrate to relieve crowding, and to reduce their own taxes. Kept mouth shut about fact that half-fed swarms we saw everywhere did breed faster than even catapulting could offset. We could not house, feed, and train even 1 million new chums each year, and 1 million wasn't a drop on Terra. More babies than that were conceived every night. We could accept far more than would emigrate voluntarily, but if they used forced immigration and flooded us, Luna has only one way to deal with a new chum. Either he makes not one fatal mistake, in personal behavior or in coping with environment that will bite without warning, or he winds up as fertilizer in a tunnel farm. All that immigration in huge numbers would mean would be that a larger percentage of immigrants would die, too few of us to help them past natural hazards. However, Proof did most talking about Luna's great future. I talked about catapults. During weeks we waited for committee to recall us, we covered much ground. Stu's men had things set up, and only question was how much we could take. We would guess that every week on Terra chopped a year off our lives, maybe more for Prof. But he never complained, and was always ready to be charming at one more reception. We spent extra time in North America, date of our Declaration of Independence, exactly 300 years after that of North American British colonies, turned out to be wizard propaganda, and Stu's manipulators made most of it. North Americans are sentimental about their United States, even though it ceased to mean anything once their continent had been rationalized by FN. They elect a president every 8 years. Why? Could not say. Why do British still have queen? And boast of being sovereign. Sovereign like love, means anything you want it to mean. It's a word in dictionary between sober and suzzled. Sovereignty meant much in North America, and 4th of July was a magic date. 4th of July League handled our appearances, and Stu told us that it had not cost much to get it moving, and nothing to keep going. League even raised money used elsewhere. North Americans enjoy giving no matter who gets it. Farther south, Stu used another date. His people planted the idea that coup d'etat had been 5 May instead of 2 weeks later. We were greeted with Cinco de Mayo, Libertad, Cinco de Mayo. I thought they were saying thank you. Proof did all talking. But in 4th of July country I did better. Stu had me quit wearing a left arm in public. Sleeves of my costumes were sewn up so that stump could not be missed, and word was passed that I had lost it fighting for freedom. Whenever I was asked about it, all I did was smile and say, "See what comes of biting nails?" Then change subject. I never liked North America, even first trip. It is not most crowded part of Terra. Has a mere 1 billion people. In Bombay, they sprawl on pavements. In Great New York, they pack them vertically. Not sure anyone sleeps. Was glad to be in invalid's chair. Is mixed up place another way. They care about skin color. By making point of how they don't care. First trip I was always too light or too dark, and somehow blamed either way, and was always being expected to take stand on things I have no opinions on. Bog knows I don't know what genes I have. One grandmother came from a part of Asia where invaders passed through as regularly as locusts, raping as they went. Why not ask her? Learned to handle it by my second makey learny, but it left a sour taste. I think I prefer a place as openly racist as India, where if you aren't Hindu, you're nobody. Except that Parsis look down on Hindus, and vice versa. However, I never really had to cope with North America's reverse racism when being Colonel O'Kelly Davis, hero of lunar freedom. We had swarms of bleeding hearts around us, anxious to help. I let them do 2 things for me, things I had never had time, money, or energy for as a student. I saw Yankees play and visited Salem. Should have kept my illusions. Baseball is better over video. You can really see it and aren't pushed in by 200,000 other people. Besides, somebody should have shot that outfield. I spent most of that game dreading moment when they would have to get my chair out through crowd. That, and assuring host that I was having a wonderful time. Salem was just a place, no worse and no better than rest of Boston. After seeing it, I suspected that they had hanged the wrong witches. But day wasn't wasted. I was filmed laying a wreath on a place where a bridge had been in another part of Boston, Concord, and made a memorized speech. Bridge is still there, actually. You can see it, down through glass. Not much of a bridge.
This book is continued on Disc 9.